Anyone? All right. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to be heard on public expression?
There are no raised hands, Mayor.
All right, very well. We will move on to item 4, Mayor's Report. The official beginning of spring will occur next week on March 20th. Last Sunday, we moved our clocks forward. It seems that winter will not go quietly this year with rain and even some thunderstorms this week, but we hopefully can expect more spring-like conditions soon. The playing field on the Ross Common will reopen in a few days. Baseball season is beginning, and the Collegiate March Madness men's and women's tournaments will begin shortly. Despite the rainy period and the series of atmospheric rivers and other heavy rains we experienced beginning in November last year, we've so far managed to navigate another rainy season without any significant flooding. Thanks to all who have pitched in to keep the front of their properties and storm drains clear of debris. There is, of course, much more that can be done to reduce or mitigate flood risk. Currently, there are 2 major projects that affect us. One, known as the San Anselmo Risk Reduction, or SAFER project, currently focused on removal of Building 2 in San Anselmo. And the other of which involves the removal of the fish ladder in Ross and related improvements to the Corte Madera Creek Channel. The SAFER project is designed to reduce the risk of flooding in San Anselmo, but it will also benefit Ross residents because flooding in San Anselmo can spread to Ross. While the project is beneficial, we do want to be sure that owners downstream in Ross are protected via mitigation measures implemented by the county. The fish ladder removal project is designed to reduce the risk of flooding in Ross by removing the obsolete and ineffective fish ladder located behind the post office, which obstructs the flow of the Corte Madera Creek. At a meeting of the Flood Zone 9 Advisory Board on February 27th, staff provided an update on both of these projects. The SAFER project in San Anselmo continues to move ahead, with construction currently targeted to begin in 2026. As for the fish ladder project, which is part of a larger project to reduce flood risk in Ross and Kentfield, county staff reported they are working on securing additional funding. Next steps include preparing what is referred to as a conditional letter of map revision for review by FEMA. The process may be at the final construction permit stage by late 2025 or early 2026, but with construction not expected to take place until 2027. All right, next item, item 5. Council committee and liaison reports. Does anyone have a report? Terry.
Okay, I have a few reports. The Age-Friendly Ross Task Force, I sit on that representing the town council. There are plans underway for 2 new breakfast events coming up this spring. One is April 1st. It's going to be at the Marin Art and Garden Center, and it's going to be, the spokesperson is going to be the lead gardener, and he's going to talk about gardening. It's going to be a great event. So on June 4th, it's going to be at the Crown and Crumpet Cafe. And possible speakers will be really addressing the importance of water in Marin. So put those on your calendar. The Transportation Authority of Marin, I sit on that representing the town of Ross. It's affectionately known as TAM. TAM has released the final countywide transportation plan for 2050. It lays out a vision of the transportation system that is safer in Marin, more equitable, more sustainable than it is currently. TAM staff is assessing the potential impacts and risks of federal grants that have been received or are in process. TAM is developing a vehicle miles traveled reduction enhancement toolkit to help local towns and cities, that's us, identify and quantify mitigation of vehicle miles traveled transportation impacts. I was appointed to the TAM Executive Committee starting this week. So that'll be good.
Congratulations.
Okay. And the last thing is, I was really fortunate to attend a 3-day training for planning commissioners in Santa Rosa. It was put on by the California Cities Training Academy. Unlike larger cities and towns, the Ross-Town Council also serves as a planning commission for the town. We rely heavily, of course, on the town's excellent design review committee and the town's exceedingly excellent staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Anyone else, reports?
I just want to say, Terry, congratulations on the TAM work. I know what a big project that was and really appreciate you representing us there.
Thank you.
And congrats on your appointment.
So just, the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority met last week, and as you know, there's ongoing work on the lease to, for the ambulance being located here. The fire board met this week. There are no notable actions taken.
Good, thank you. If there's nothing else, then we'll move on to item 6, staff and community reports. Town Manager Johnson?
Thank you. No report this evening.
All right, thank you. And do we have a report from the Ross Property Owners Association, Marcia? Can you make it through?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Town Council. My name is Marcia Schall, and I am here tonight to provide an update on the Ross Property Owners Association. Our membership for 2024 was 317 people, and our membership drive for 2025 begins again. We'll be sending out our membership letter shortly. We will have a membership event in the fall, most likely, as a way to thank our membership, but also to see if we can encourage additional members. We normally have, we're about the same level of membership, but we'd love to see that grow a little bit. We've been, for the last several years, in the 317 to 340 level. So we'll try that. You've already talked about Age Friendly, but our POA sponsors Age Friendly. So we're in support. I'll let Terry's date stand. We are also considering holding an emergency preparedness first aid training seminar for Ross residents. We look forward to setting up neighborhood emergency teams like Larkspur does. And our projects are as follows. So our hanging flowers are coming. We are willing to contribute to improve Ross Field drainage. We would like to go ahead and upgrade the lights in the post office, since we may never get a new lease and there are no government employees anyway. So just a thought. The budget meeting in April, Jeff and Peter are working on the RPOA budget. Live on the Common, our first Live on the Common coming up is April 25th. The Illegal Eagles will be playing. We're going to do a Live on the Common for the kids' bands, which should be super fun, on May 30th. On May 2nd, RPOA will be helping to sponsor, this is a new event, it's gonna be really cool, a global cultural event. We've met with Age Friendly to integrate their efforts. Terry's been part of that. And this is an event to how do I want to say it? Explore diversity in the world and introduce people in Ross to new cultures. Mill Valley does such an event, and it's very popular and very well received. We're going to try it here. It'll be outside, and it should be really fun. And we're hoping that some of the people from our age-friendly community will join in and share their cultural experiences. And it will be open to the public. We are also working on improving the entrance to the Common from the post office crosswalk, with the possibility of an arbor and some flowering bushes. We hope to have some ideas for the town to review in a couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the next item is item 7, our consent agenda. And this is an agenda of items that will normally be voted on collectively by a single motion unless any member of the public or any member of the council requests that a particular item be removed for separate discussion. So does any member of the council wish to have any item removed?
Yes, I would like just item C for a brief question. It should not take very long.
All right, fine. We'll remove item C. Does any member of the public wish to have any item removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion? Anyone on Zoom with a raised hand, Cindy?
There are no raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So is there a motion then for 7A, B, D, and E?
I move to approve A, B, D, E, and F on the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem McMillan,
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling,
Aye.
Mayor Kircher,
Aye.
Councilmember Salter,
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins.
Aye.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes.
All right, and then we will then move on and separately consider item C. Is there, Town Manager Johnson, is there any staff comment or no?
This is our annual audit. We do have our auditor on Zoom available for questions if I'm not able to answer any questions that the council has.
All right, very good. So questions from council?
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you, first of all, for this item. I was hoping that we could bring it to the Finance Committee. The one item I was wanting more information on was just the pension liability. And I would not want to spend the time in the council going over it, but it was, I think, $5 million. And I know it fluctuates based on the assumptions we use. So I thought that it might be a nice item to bring to the Finance Committee and just get a little more clarity on where we think that pension liability is going and if we should be doing any sort of mitigation for that. So that's all I wanted to bring up.
I'd be happy to bring that to the Finance Committee.
Great. Any other questions from council? Does any member of the public wish to comment on item 7C? And by the way, I should mention what it is. 7C is Town Council approval of Town of Ross annual financial report for the year ended June 30, 2024, with no findings. So no, it doesn't appear anyone is present here today who would like to comment. Anyone online?
There are no raised hands online,
All right.
Mayor.
Fine, then I will bring it back to the council.
So I move we approve 7C.
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem McMillan, Councilmember Dowling,
Aye.
Mayor Kircher,
Aye.
Councilmember Salter,
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins.
Aye.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes.
All right, next item, item 8, Part 1A, 11 Morrison Road, design review, demolition permit, nonconformity permit, hillside lot permit, and town council adoption of resolution number 2508 approving the project, subject to conditions.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight, the homeowner at 11 Morrison is requesting the approval for design review, hillside lot permit, a nonconformity permit, and a hillside lot permit. The project is proposing to renovate the existing 3,200 square foot home and detached art studio, and they want to reduce the floor area to 1,800 square foot home and adding 2 decks, a main level deck and a second level deck adjacent to the main master bedroom. The project is proposing no net increase in impervious surface, and on February 25th, 2025, the ADR group expressed their support for the project and noted that it will be a huge improvement to the neighborhood. Staff requests that the ADR, Staff requests that the town council adopts resolution 2408 approving design review, hillside lot permit, a nonconformity permit, and a hillside lot permit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of staff from anyone on the council? All right, then we will hear from, open this for comment, actually to the applicant for any presentation the applicant would like to make? Applicant or the applicant's representative? All right, thank you. All right, then, the applicant, by the way, if anyone does oppose the project on public comment, the applicant will have an opportunity to rebut. So, is there anyone else present who wishes to be heard on this project? Anyone online?
There are no raised hands online, Mayor.
All right, well, then, I assume the applicant has nothing further, so we'll bring it back to the council for discussion and possible action.
So I would like to move to approve resolution number 2508.
Second?
Mayor Pro Tem McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Mayor Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
All right, with a vote of 5, the motion passes.
All right, next we'll move on to item 8B, 103 Bolinas Avenue, variance, exception, and town council adoption of resolution number 2507, approving the project subject to conditions. Staff
Mayor?
report.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks, Alex.
The homeowner at 103 Bolinas is requesting approval for an exception variance. They are proposing a 40 square foot addition to the rear of the house, and they want to also add French doors. The all exterior siding will match the existing home, and the project is proposing impervious surface increase. In order to mitigate this, the homeowner will add a new bioretention area for stormwater to meet the town's no net increase policy. The homeowner would also seek to relocate the heat pump from its current placement in the side yard, as shown on the plans, to the rear fence. During the ADR hearing in February 25th, 2025, all the ADR members supported the design of the project and noted that most of the lots on Bolinas Avenue are non-conforming when it comes to floor area and setbacks. Staff requests that the Town Council adopts Resolution 2507, approving the variance exception. Thank you.
Right, any questions at this point for the council of staff? I do. Matt?
Sure.
or Elizabeth?
So, generally, the council doesn't approve increases in FAR, but it seems like this project, that this house is not very much over its FAR, and that this is a very tiny increase in FAR. Is that right? What percent increase in FAR does this represent?
Correct, it's a 1% increase.
1%. Okay, thank you.
So I thought this was a really interesting situation with these homes on Bolinas for the same point that Councilmember Robbins brought up. When they put the data forward of almost every single house is over the setbacks and the FAR. Why is it that we don't have this zoned as a separate zoning so that since every single home in this area is not conforming?
I think that's a really good question. To go back through the records, I think, and update the requirements to the FAR would take researching all those properties and finding out what they were approved originally based on whenever they were built, and then coming up with an FAR that would closely match that. My best guess would be when that zoning took place, a lot of the houses were already non-conforming. So most of those properties are left in this situation where in order to request for an addition, which might typically be a staff level approval for 40 square feet, for instance, you're looking at a variance because of that 20% floor area restriction. However, I will say that to change that just would take a big lift. You know, it'd be a huge effort to research what that alignment would be, whether it would go to 25% or what that FAR could be changed to in the future.
Okay, so I would suggest, I know we're going to be working on our general plan. So everywhere where we're seeing this, where there's a part or an area of town that's not fitting the requirements in other parts, we should think about a new zoning for that. The Bolinas should have its own zoning, because this is taxing our people to have to come forward and ask for all these variances for a neighborhood which is basically decided and has been approved over the years to be different. So can you just, last question is, how much did the applicant have to pay to go through this process with the town?
Just, I believe, just the variance fee, which is, I believe, $4,500.
Well, they also had to pay for design review meeting, correct?
Well, that's part of the fee.
Okay, well, it sounds like the applicant's here and he can tell us himself.
I mean, I'm sure, yeah, I
But
know
my
that,
point is, these are fees, these are real fees that somebody had to pay. And I guarantee you this will pass 5-0. There's no issue on the council. So we're asking our townspeople to go through a very long process. We're asking staff to spend all your time researching this for what is an accepted practice. So what I'm coming out of this is, we should really, with the general plan, please take a note. Bolinas Avenue, let's come up with a new zoning for them, that, so nobody has to go through this. And let's find instances where this keeps coming up to create the zoning space, so that we don't have to waste their money, the council's time, or your time approving things that we all agree fit with the neighborhood and shouldn't have to go through this process. Thank you.
I mean, we're kind of getting off topic on the application, but I'm just wondering if we need more research before we agree to do that, and maybe this is something that we can add to a subsequent agenda.
Thank you. Through the chair, we are, we'll certainly keep that in mind when we are going through a general plan update process. It would be good for you to, we have a list of things that we're keeping track of for consideration by the consultant and the council and the community and our attorneys. So we'll definitely, that could be something that's looked at. There might be a cost associated, and at the time, the council will have to decide. There's different levels of general plan updates you can do. So we'll put that on the list, right, Roberta?
Yes. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, so back to the project now. Is there a motion, or is there further discussion? I'm sorry, did someone else have questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really getting ahead of things, aren't I? We were still at the staff level. I'm going to reverse course and open public comment for the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, council members.
you want to turn it on? You just have to.
There we go. Mr. Mayor, council members, John Boozell, here with my wife, Ariana Van Meers, 103 Bolinas. Appreciate the discussion already. We're really here to answer any questions. It's a first time that we've come before the town council for any kind of zoning change like this. We've lived there for 30 years. Really appreciate it. We will experience immense joy and value from this very small de minimis increase in the FAR, and I don't think it'll have really any impact on our neighbors' experience of our house. So here to answer any questions.
Oh, I was just wondering the cost. Could you?
Oh, yes. I believe the total, we had to come in as a second payment, so I think we're $8,500, but I believe you charge the town, we may get refunded some of that. I don't quite understand how all that works, but I appreciate the sentiment.
All right, does anyone else wish to be heard on this project? Any other member of the public, anyone online?
There are no raised hands online, Mayor.
All right, if no one else wishes to be heard on this, we'll bring it back to the council for discussion and
I have a
action.
comment. Just, I think it's important to remember that the FAR is established to keep houses proportional, the size that's proportional to the lot. And so I think we don't, I don't know about totally redoing any FAR guidelines, but for this particular project, as I mentioned, they're barely over their FAR. This is a tiny little project. It increases it by 1%, and I think it'd be very reasonable to go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. So I would like to move to approve resolution number 2507.
I'll second that.
Mayor Pro Tem McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Mayor Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you. So we'll now move on to item 9. Town Council to receive a presentation from staff, engage in general discussion regarding the provision of fire and emergency medical services in Ross, and provide direction by a majority of the council to the town manager to expend resources to conduct additional research.
Mayor, if you could just give us a few minutes to,
Surely.
for
Set up?
our transition here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Is that the right one?
Can I throw this at people? You've got the back seat, sorry.
I had to move your purse, couldn't get in.
That's okay. Okay,
All right, let me just make an introductory comment, Krista.
of course.
All right, so we're on to item 9 here, and I think we have quite a few people who are here. Welcome. If you haven't attended a council meeting previously, our general procedure is first we hear a presentation from staff and from guests, as we have here tonight, and then there are questions from council, and that is followed by a period for public comment. So if any of you come here and wish to be heard, after the presentation, you'll have an opportunity to do that, as well as people who are online will have that. It seems there are quite a few people here and quite a few people online, so we're going to ask that you limit your comments to about 2 minutes, please, maximum, so that we can be sure that everybody has a chance who wants to be heard to speak. And I also want to clarify, we've received quite a bit of correspondence from people, and I think some people are under the impression that we're here tonight to vote on whether to close the firehouse, and we're not. That decision was made actually 4 years ago, but we're here to discuss where we are now, how we got here, and what alternatives may be available at the present time. But we will not be taking a vote on closing the firehouse, so please do keep that in mind when you make your comments. All right, so first we are going to hear from staff, and we're privileged to have a very distinguished panel here of people who know a lot about this subject. So I'll turn it over to the town manager.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the Ross community. I'd like to start off by introducing our 3 fire officials and to thank them for their efforts every day on behalf of the Ross community. And I'd also like to thank them for their efforts to prepare for and to attend tonight's meeting. So first off, we have in the middle here, we have Chief Jason Weber, who has worked with the Marin County Fire Department for 30 years, the last 13 years as fire chief. One of the many hats that Chief Weber wears is as the 9-year executive officer for the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority. He also served as the chief of the Ross Valley Fire Department for 5 years. Second, at the very end here, I'd like to introduce Chief Dan Mahoney. He has worked for the Ross Valley Fire Department for 25 years, with the last year and a half as fire chief. As we all know, Ross is a member of the Ross Valley Fire Department, and therefore Chief Mahoney is Ross's fire chief. He knows the Ross community well, during his 25 years with Ross Valley Fire Department and since he was raised and continues to reside in nearby Fairfax. So thank you, Chief Mahoney, for being here. Our last presenter this evening is Mark Brown. Mark has served the last 5 years as the Executive Officer for the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. Prior to that, Mark served the Marin County Fire Department for 30 years, the last 9 of those years as Deputy Chief. So as you can see, we have close to 100 years of executive experience with fire departments here. I will keep my overview very brief due to time constraints, and also I included background information in the staff report that was published for this agenda item. Instead, I will simply focus on the purpose of tonight's meeting. This item was placed on the agenda at the request of Councilmember Robbins and Councilmember Salter. During the February 13th, 2025 meeting, the Town Council discussed the scope of the agenda item requested by Council Members Robbins and Salter. It was determined during that meeting that the first purpose of tonight's agenda item is to receive a presentation on the provision of emergency fire and medical response to the Town of Ross community from our fire officials who are here this evening. The second purpose of tonight's agenda item is to consider providing direction to the town manager, that's me, on whether to expend resources to conduct research on the following potential alternatives. 3 members of the Town Council must affirmatively provide direction in order for me to expend resources on researching any of the alternatives. So I'm just going to briefly point out these 5. The first is to consider directing the town manager to explore the feasibility and identify costs related to joining or contracting with Kenfield Fire District for fire services. The second is to do the same, to explore the feasibility and identify costs related to joining or contracting with Central Marin Fire for fire services. The third is to direct me to obtain the cost estimate for building a new fire station in Ross and to identify the impacts of revising the adopted 2023 facility master plan in the event that a fire station were to be built here. The fourth is to direct me to develop the cost estimate for operating a Town of Ross fire department in the Ross Civic Center. And that would cover startup costs and ongoing annual costs. The fifth is to direct the town manager to explore the feasibility and identify costs related to Ross Valley Fire Department continuing to operate a fire station in the Ross Civic Center with a requirement of an amendment to the Ross Valley Fire Department Joint Powers Agreement. So in summary, it's recommended that the Town Council receive a presentation from staff, engage in a general discussion regarding the provision of fire and emergency medical services in Ross, and provide direction by a majority of the council to the town manager to expend resources to conduct additional research. Now I'll turn it over to Chief Weber to start the presentation. And as the mayor indicated, we ask that the council allow the presentations to be made without interruption. Afterwards, our team is available to answer questions the town council may have for us. Take it away, Chief Weber. Or Chief
Thank you,
Mahoney.
and good evening, council. I'll give a quick overview of what to expect, and then I'll turn it over to Chief Weber. Both Chief Weber and myself are going to tag team the slide presentation. As Manager Johnson mentioned, Chief Weber was here during a lot of these talks, and then I can follow up with some other Ross Valley Fire Department specific items. We'll talk about the overview of the history of the Station 18 closure decision, the Citygate study, the 2019 standards of coverage, and the 2024 Ross Valley Paramedic Authority deployment study. We'll then move into a portion where I will present Ross Valley Fire Department general overview, operational deployment, and then I'll turn it over to Mark Brown for the wildfire prevention work and impacts. What you can expect from this presentation here is the presentation is designed to provide information and hopefully answer some questions along with foster some discussion. As the mayor mentioned, specifically, I'm not here to deliberate whether the fire station should remain open or closed. That decision's already been made by the elected bodies. And just a quick history review before we get into the presentation is the fire stations and the police station is nearly 100 years old. Public safety personnel generally consider these facilities to be amongst some of the worst physical conditions of any station in Marin County. Firefighters have currently been living in trailers behind Station 18 here for over 20 years. And a little history about the construction. Back in 2010, Mac 5 construction firm stated that the cost of remodeling the building was more than the cost of constructing a new facility. And in 2016 and 2020, CDS assessed the buildings and stated, given the deficiencies found, the cost of reconstructing within the existing building footprint could easily equal that of a new ground-up facility. So the intent, as I turn it over to Chief Weber, is to go over a detailed timeline of the sequence of events of what occurred, ultimately leading up to the decision of the closure of the station. So Chief, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Dan. Mayor and council members, thank you for having us here tonight. Just as background, there were over 13 public meetings or presentations, workshops regarding, this specific subject. So I guess tonight would make at least 14 in my count, and we appreciate you having us here. So in 2018, I was approached as the Ross Valley Fire Chief by the city manager, town manager, and asked about alternative approaches to fire services. And, I quickly said, well, let's pause. We need to study impacts associated not only with Ross, but the Ross Valley Fire Department. It's got a mind of its own tonight. And so in 2019, we reached out to Citygate. Citygate Associates is a consulting firm that does work all over the United States, but a lot of work in Marin County and California for sure. They have an enormous background both in analytics as well as a really strong background in fire operations. In 2020, I think we all know what happened in March. And just as a reminder, of course, it was COVID, and we worked through that even with the challenges. In August of 2020, after considerable work in the beginning of 2020, McGrath and Associates, which was the architectural firm that was retained by the city or the town, presented options around a civic center campus. And that included, of course, all of the facilities, fire, police, ambulance, and then removing some of those, removing the fire station, removing the ambulance, removing both. The picture you have here is the original intent was if the fire station wasn't going to be there, then there would be modular facilities off to the right that would house the ambulance, but the ambulance would remain in Ross. In October of 2020, after the information from McGrath was presented to the town, there was a community forum or community workshop. I believe there were 44 people that attended that workshop. And the questions centered around, what is your vision for the new Civic Center building? How important is it to keep the fire station in Ross? How willing are you to pay for this? How important is it having paramedic services stationed in Ross? My recollection from the meeting was, I think everybody really did want to keep services here, but there was a lot of concern about the cost, especially the higher cost of both the fire station, ambulance, police station, and new administrative facilities. In December of 2020, the council was presented with information from the community survey. And again, areas focused on public safety. Participants are most concerned about medical responses, wildfire safety, increased hazards due to climate change and wildfires. Preferences for lower cost options. Participants obviously were very interested in keeping the costs lower than what was predicted. And then as we move on, I think one of the important notes here is, and this was presented to the council, and one of the challenges that was faced was 55% of those that were surveyed, and I think it was 336 respondents, 55% indicated they were not willing to pay the $520 per $1 million property assessed value. And just as a reminder, it takes 66% to pass a, special tax or bond. So if you're looking at 55% that are opposed, I think most political consultants will tell you that is an enormous mountain to climb to flip that and reach 66 and 2/3 majority vote. And then another Ross Council meeting, or Ross Town Council meeting in January of 2020. This thing is, there we go. So in January of 2021, myself, the town manager, and other staff came back to the council with the information that we'd collected from the community, the fire department, et cetera. I think there's something that we need to focus in on here, and I highlighted, and that was the council did not want to move forward with a proposal without the fire station. And I want to repeat that. The council did not want to move forward with a proposal that did not include the fire station. So they asked staff to return 2 months later in March of that year to see if they could fill the funding gap, either with private philanthropic or see what the sense of the community was around support. In March of 21, staff returned to the council and advised them that any attempt at private fundraising fell far short, and I think the number was around $350,000, nowhere near the nearly $14 million that would be needed to construct all of the facilities, including the fire station. After March, the town council directed staff at the fire department and the Ross Valley Fire JPA to look at alternatives to providing services in the town without a fire station. So representatives from Ross, San Anselmo, Sleepy Hollow, and Fairfax developed a total of, I believe it was 8 alternatives that included everything from, a second engine company at Station 19 in San Anselmo, providing service in this direction while the other engine provided service to San Anselmo, all the way to reducing the staffing, eliminating all the staffing here and closing the fire station. So there's a broad range of alternatives that were presented ultimately to the Ross Valley Fire Board, which occurred in May of 2021. So the alternatives for providing services were brought to the Ross Valley Fire Board and deliberated. Ultimately, we as staff left with, I believe, 4 or 5 alternatives to further explore. And we did that over the course of the summer of 2021, ultimately returning to the Ross Valley Fire Board in the fall of 2021 with really a narrowed option that would work for all of the parties, and that was to shift the staffing west. And Dan will talk a little bit about the importance of that and having the staffing, but ultimately closing the engine company here and leaving the ambulance. So a little bit about what that entailed. So that entailed an amendment to the Ross Valley Fire JPA. The savings ultimately to materialize for Ross were around $300,000. Fairfax had to do some station remodels to accommodate the additional staffing. It was recommended that staff be moved to the San Anselmo and Fairfax stations to spread out. That the lease agreement that's currently with Ross and Ross Valley Paramedic Authority is the payment is made towards Ross Valley Fire. That would shift to the town of Ross and increase to around $50,000 annually in recognition that the town was expending funds to build the new quarters, ambulance quarters, that the implementation date would be July 1st, 2025, that there'd be a cost share for facility repairs to San Anselmo based on the sharing of that facility for the town of Ross, and a few other minor things, including labor agreements that had to be adjusted based on these changes. So in December of 2021, staff returned to the Ross Valley Fire Board with the amended JPA language, which is ultimately approved by the Fire Board, and then ultimately made its way to each of the 4-member agencies, where it was approved unanimously across all of those boards and councils. And we've heard a lot in the public comments and some of the letters about wildfire safety, and Mark's going to talk a little bit more of that. I just want to put this into context. The number of fires that were occurring or had occurred previously or during the decisions we were making. Mark's going to talk a little bit about, wildfire in general. Dan's going to talk about responses, but I think it's important context for the group to consider. A little bit about the data. This I may need your pointer for. So there's been a lot of discussion around availability of the ambulance, the 85%, the 40%, and I want to make sure we dive into that here a little bit. So unit hour utilization, this is the percentage of time an apparatus is actually committed during a given hour over the course of a year. So if you look at this is a 24-hour clock, right? No surprise to anybody, our ambulances, our fire engines are all busier during daytime hours. In this case, it peaks at that 1 o'clock hour. This is in military time, 1300, where the ambulance station out of Ross is committed to incidents just over 30% of the time, 30.44%. The other ambulance in the valley peaks right about that same time. If my vision could pick it up, I think it's around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but you get the gist. So when you look at this, it tells us that the ambulances are busy. It tells us that they have capacity within the system. So we're not reaching, outrageous numbers, but we're getting to a point or getting close to a point where we have to look at adding capacity. So again, you talk about the low here is at 1 o'clock in the morning, the ambulance is committed to incidents about 8% of the time. That meaning they're not committed and available to respond to other incidents 92% of the time. And then overall, if you look at this, Medic 18, the medic unit that's stationed here in Ross, is committed to incidents on average 21% of the time over that 24-hour period, meaning they're available 79% of the time to respond to a new or emerging incident. Citygate, the consulting firm that does a lot of work, recommends that as you start to crest 30% or higher over multiple consecutive hours, like 5 to 8 hours, it becomes difficult to do other responsibilities, including training for the personnel and such. So we're looking at now, how do we add capacity? And we'll talk a little bit about that for our VPA. So getting into the 2019 Citygate study that was done for Ross Valley Fire and had a section in it for Ross. The unit hour utilization at that time was, on average, 89% availability with 11% commitment time over that 24-hour period. Now, the famous 85% that I wish we would have spent more time talking about. This was number of incidents that occurred in a 2-year period over Ross, where the ambulance was available to respond to those Ross incidents. So 85% of the time when an incident occurred in Ross, during that 2-year period, the ambulance assigned to this Ross station was available for response. Fast forward, 2024 Citygate study, and this used a single year, 2023, for the data. The ambulance, same ambulance, had availability on average over a 24-hour period of 79% and committed 21%. So in responses where the Ross Station ambulance was available to respond to Ross was 71% of the time. And this is a decrease from 85% in the 2017-18 data set. We should all note, and I think everybody in the room gets this, when you have smaller data sets, you can have more volatile data. So one of the important factors here too to consider, when we presented this information, we had not had a study done for Ross Valley Paramedic Authority and the ambulances ever. So we didn't have something to compare to then. We now have the study from 2019 and most recently 2023. So we have a little larger data set to look at. A little bit about Ross specific ambulance data. So these are incidents that are occurring in the town of Ross dispatched. So in 2023, 96 ambulance responses occurred in the town of Ross. 10 of those were not in the town, but in the watershed. The reason they get a Ross incident number, if you will, is because they're entering in the town of Ross, right, at Natalie Green or other places. 26 of the 96, or 27% of them, didn't require transport. So we arrived, the patient was stable, maybe they broke their ankle and mom and dad decided they were gonna take them in their own private car to the ambulance or to the hospital. And then 68 of the 96 ambulance responses were handled by Medic 18. I talked about that a little bit before. And then we're gonna talk a little bit more about high acuity calls, but there was one cardiac or respiratory arrest. So essentially of the 96 ambulance responses in the town, 60, where am I at here? 26 of the 96 were non-transports, so that would be 70. So there were 70 transports, only one of those required lights and sirens back to the hospital, and that was the single cardiac arrest. So on average, over the course of this year, there was one transport every 5.2 days. I just want to highlight that this is a relatively small data set. It is reflective of the occurrences of emergencies in Ross. I think we're all very fortunate that the town demographics, socioeconomics do not lead to a lot of incidents, and that's a good thing for all of us. So what do all these numbers mean if we don't have something to compare them to? The city of Belvedere does not have their own fire station. They contract with Tiburon Fire District. The distance between the Tiburon Fire Department Station 11, which is right downtown if you're familiar with Tiburon, and Belvedere City Hall, which is on the northern portion of Belvedere, is 3,134 feet. The difference between the Ross Town Hall and the Kentfield Fire District Station is 3,650 feet. There's a difference of 516 feet there. The closest ambulance to Belvedere is 2.9 miles from Belvedere, and that's at Tiburon Station 10, if you're familiar with that is. A little bit about the other parts of the county, and just as background, there are 5 ambulance service areas in the county. Novato Fire District is their own. Santa Fe, which covers unincorporated areas like Marinwood and the city of Santa Fe. The Ross Valley, which is covered by the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority, and then Southern Marin, which is covered by Southern Marin Emergency Paramedic Authority. In this case, we have data from Southern Marin Fire Department out of their standards of coverage. And when you look at their response times, in 2023, this is department-wide, they're at 10 minutes and 17 seconds. And that includes the communities of South Salito, Mill Valley, Tam Valley, Alto Richardson Bay, and parts of Tiburon. There was a question about simultaneous incidents, and I think that, as you see here, simultaneous incidents occurring down there is just over 30%. So the Novato Fire District, simultaneous incidents, one or more, is 27%. And then when you look at their district-wide, and again, this isn't just ambulances, this is the whole district picture. There are, district-wide, they're at 8 minutes and 18 seconds. Within the city limits, they're at 7 minutes and 47 seconds. And the unincorporated areas of the district, they're at 10 minutes and 23 seconds. I think I should note, so people understand the system we operate in, there are 35 engine companies staffed every day in Marin County, available for response, and there's 13 ambulances. And the system's designed that way, it's like that everywhere. And that's why we send a fire truck and an ambulance to every call, because typically the fire trucks will arrive. There's more of them, they will arrive sooner. Most engine companies in Marin County have a paramedic on them. And then the 13 ambulances are obviously all busier than those engine companies because the majority of calls in the county are EMS. Continuing on with San Rafael. So San Rafael is a busier system. This is looking at San Rafael's EMS system, so they're paramedic ambulances, not the overall department statistics. Again, simultaneous calls are similar to what we're seeing. And then you get into the ambulance travel times or ambulance call to arrival. So you can see there's a pretty broad range here for ambulance travel. And as I mentioned, that is typically longer than your engine company travel. So they have a low of 9 minutes and 37 seconds and a high of 18 minutes and 39 seconds. And I will add that San Rafael is also looking at additional capacity within their system for ambulances. And then here we are with the RVPA. So when you look at our department-wide, and this is Ross Valley Paramedic Authority, so this is the 2 ambulances that are in the valley. The department-wide, or the 2 ambulances together, have a call of arrival from dispatch of 12 minutes and 50 seconds. And then if you jump down to simultaneous, again, 2 or more incidents, we're at around 30%. And then if we get into the Ross Valley Fire Department data, and this is from the 2019 study, you can look at department-wide response times are around 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Ross currently enjoys a response time of around 7 minutes and 55 seconds. San Anselmo, 7:45. And then I can't see that far. 8 minutes and 47 seconds for the Sleepy Hollow, and Fairfax at 9 minutes and 7 seconds. And then, single more simultaneous incident is 16%, which is good because that tells you that when you have multiple incidents, there's a little bit more capacity in the system for those engine companies to handle it. So overall comparison, where do we sit, right? I think this is helpful in understanding. I do want to call out that some of this data is for department and some is for the ambulance systems. So these aren't exactly apples and apples, and I just want to be clear with that, but it was the data we had available to us to work with, and they're studying different parts of their systems. But Novato, again, department-wide at a little over 8 minutes. San Rafael with that larger spread. Southern Marin at department-wide at 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes. Then our RVPA ambulances. The town of Ross currently at 7 minutes and 55 seconds. And then the Ross Valley Fire Department overall at 8 minutes and 45 seconds. So as I mentioned before, we're watching this closely, and we are getting to a point where we're going to look at additional capacity. Adding a third ambulance is not something you start off with. The return on that investment just isn't there for what's needed. So capacity includes things like sharing an ambulance with maybe one of our partners to the north or the south. So we add additional capacity into the system, and that can have pretty dramatic effects on your unit hour utilization and call duplication. We can do things like have been done in Novato, Southern Marin, and San Rafael, where they cross staff. And I mentioned, remember, we have 35 engines and 13 ambulances. Those companies cross staff an engine and an ambulance. So if a medical call comes in and there's no ambulance available, the folks on the engine will jump off the engine and onto the ambulance, and it adds surge capacity with really no additional cost. And then, as I mentioned before, a third ambulance is kind of like the final piece when you really are just at maximum capacity. So industry changes in the EMS, improving safety in EMS and reducing the use of lights and sirens. I think we're all very used to seeing, ambulances and fire trucks driving with their lights and sirens on. It's a liability for the agencies and for those that we serve. There are unfortunately quite a few fatal accidents with emergency vehicles across the United States every year. And the industry is looking at patient outcomes. And what they're finding is that when you're driving with your lights and sirens on or getting there faster, it's not changing the outcome on the vast majority of the patients. And if you think about the slide where we showed you, the acuity of calls or the times that an ambulance had to return code 3, lights and sirens, to the hospital, that was one time here in Ross. And again, it's a very small data set, but I think it's somewhat reflective of what's across the board. It's a very small percentage of patients, and those are patients that are suffering from cardiac arrest, respiratory arrest, or having a major stroke that's had a sudden onset. So we know we can get them to the hospital and into a neurosurgeon quickly. And other people experiencing airway compromise and things like that. So what did the 2019 Citygate report say? It said closing the Ross Fire Station will add about 2 minutes of travel time for the engine company. So that is because we'd anticipate the engine coming from San Anselmo because it's part of Ross Valley Fire Department, not necessarily from Kentfield. We'll cover that concept here in a minute. And this does not account for ambulance or police responses arriving earlier here in town. And this does not account for the recent countywide agreement to dispatch the closest resource for an echo level call. And what an echo level call is, it's just one of those high acuity calls that we talked about: cardiac arrest, respiratory arrest, allergic reaction like anaphylaxis, a major stroke, an unconscious subject, an overdose, where we know that that intervention for advanced life support, not basic life support, is really what makes a difference. So what did change most recently with that? Well, we're going to talk about our new dispatch center in a minute, and if I forget that, remind me, and then we'll go back to it. So a little bit about the Emergency Command Center. So for the first time in county history, last June, all fire and EMS dispatching is done out of one dispatch center now up at Los Gamos. We have command and control on the floor 24/7. So what does that mean? That means there's a fire captain that's assigned to that dispatch center that can make decisions for the field ahead of the field even requesting them. So when we talk about things like a wildfire and looking at the camera and going, wow, that's got a lot of potential, I'm going to immediately add a much heavier response than waiting for that first arriving engine company to get there and do that. They may look at the fact that our ambulances are all drawn down in one area. Let's move another ambulance or call a private ambulance company to see if we can get additional coverage. That's what that means there. All of our calls that come into the 911 center get pre-arrival instructions. So our dispatchers are trained to walk somebody through CPR if that's what they need, choking, if someone's choking, how to try to clear the obstruction of the airway. Every single call is done that way. And what they do first, if you call, they ask you what your location is and what your callback number is. They immediately then start a response based on the CAD recommendations, and then that dispatcher will continue to stay on the phone and provide those. That dispatch center's monitoring over 20 cameras that take a look at the county that now have AI behind them for fire detection. So it'll actually send an alert if someone's asleep or not at the console or watching the cameras. It'll send an alert to them. And I say asleep, that's because our dispatchers don't sleep, but we do have, they work the same shift as firefighters and rotate onto the floor. And then red flag days, including additional staffing. So one of the things we've learned is the importance of early alert and warning. And so on days that we have red flag events, which is when you're seeing these catastrophic fires occur, the Office of Emergency Management has a duty officer in there on the floor 24/7 that can immediately send out alert and warnings. And then what's coming to land near you very quickly in the next few months is the implementation of AVL dispatching to incidents, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So right now, the CAD recommends a response based on a sort order in that jurisdiction. So for the town of Ross, it will recommend the Ross Fire Engine that's currently here, State Engine 18, and the medic unit, assuming everything's static and everybody's there. That system doesn't know that that Engine 18 is down the street at another incident, but available. And so it just goes on the sort order. So what we're implementing here very shortly is the ability to track every vehicle, ambulance and fire truck in the county and dispatch the closest, most appropriate resource especially for echo level calls and all fire calls. So what does that mean? That means our machines are much smarter. They now know where the closest ambulance is and the closest fire truck, regardless of jurisdiction. All fire chiefs have agreed to this, that if someone's in cardiac arrest, it doesn't matter what jurisdiction it is and where they're at. If their house is on fire, we're going to send the closest appropriate resources for that. And this system's set to go live in the next few months. A little bit about your hometown heroes here, the Ross Police Department. We work very closely with them. And just as a reminder that they are trained in CPR, AED, and basic first aid, and they're here in town with you. There's been questions about the stability of RVPA. As a reminder for everybody, the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority was created in 1981. It's got 8 members from Fairfax and the county all the way down to Corte Madera. It was put in place to provide paramedic ambulance service. Its sense has expanded. In 1999, a second ambulance was added in Corte Madera. So there's one here in Ross and one in Corte Madera. Paramedics were added to engine companies in the early 2000s. And then in December 2024, the board continued in its support and willingness to strengthen the JPA. And if you look at that JPA document, it's certainly very simple. In 1981, it was, I think, a page and a half. Obviously, it doesn't have all the information needed. So we're working through that right now to strengthen the JPA. But I think coming out of this, the JPA will be a much stronger organization. And I think we'll be forward-leaning in how we look at EMS, not only here in the Valley or in town, but the whole Valley. And it's also important to note that in the 2024 study, Citygate did recommend that Medic 18, the ambulance here, stay here in Ross. It's a good location. About half the calls are to the east and half the calls are to the west. So the 40% ambulance availability that we're hearing out there, the Citygate report does not support this data or this claim. And I think what's occurring is the number of incidents is being multiplied by the duration that the unit's committed. So it's, I think, between 78 and 87 minutes, if I recall. What that doesn't account for is the fact that, an example here in Ross, 27% of the incidents don't result in a transport. So the ambulance may be canceled as soon as they're dispatched. They may be canceled by the engine company before they get there. And countywide, that looks like 15 or 20% of ambulance requests don't require a transport. So I suspect that's where that number is coming from, but not including the fact that a large volume, up to 20% countywide, don't result in any transport. And I'll turn it over to Dan.
All right, thanks, Chief. We'll go over a quick overview of a general overview of Ross Valley Fire Department. We currently today have 4 stations, Fairfax, 2 in San Anselmo, and of course 1 here in Ross, station 18, 19, 20, and 21. Here are the distant locations, and I think it's a little difficult, a little blurry on the screen. Maybe it's just my eyes, but working up from the top here, this is Fire Station 21. In travel distance between Fire Station 21 and Fire Station 20 is 1.1 miles.
Fairfax and Sleepy Hollow.
I'm sorry, Fairfax and Sleepy Hollow out on Butterfield Road. Travel distance between Fire Station 20, which is out on Butterfield Road, to the fire station in downtown San Anselmo, Fire Station 19, is 1.6 miles. And then distance between the San Anselmo Station 19 and the Ross Station is 1.1 miles. And then between the distance between the Ross Fire Station and Kentfield is 0.69 miles. So ultimately, this is just showing that without Station 18, you'll see that the distance between Station 17 and Station 19 is 1.7 miles, a difference of about 0.2 miles between our longest fire station, Station 19 to Station 20. Most of you may know, but just as for some folks that don't, Ross Valley Fire Department is a joint powers authority. It was created in 1982. with Fairfax and San Anselmo first joining together. Sleepy Hollow then joined in 2010, and of course, the town of Ross joined in 2012. I think it's important to highlight here, and as a reminder, Section 13.4 in the JPA states that any member that wants to terminate its participation ultimately needs to give a 2-year notice to all the other JPA members for that to go into effect. The budget this year, the 24-25 budget, is $14.9 million. Here's the cost breakdown here, and just a note here, the above member agencies amounts include prior authority obligations. So that's why you'll see Ross's amount is a little bit lower, just because the town of Ross obligations are stay with the town of Ross and aren't part of the RVP or the RVFD budget. A little bit about the current station projects we have going on right now. Fire Station 20, which is the one out there on Butterfield Road. We just broke ground on that project last week. Estimated $4.5 million project. It's about a 4,500 square foot footprint. We are demolishing the entire living quarters. We're increasing the footprint by 938 square feet to include 3 dorms, two bathrooms, a kitchen, dining room, living room, office, a PPE room, which is a personal protective equipment room, and then also a revamp and refurnishing of the engine room, which is going to remain standing. Fire Station 21 remodel, the town council has approved $1.5 million. We're a bit further behind on that project. We're just in the design process right now, so we're just starting to scope out some design and hopefully go into cost estimate fairly soon. That'll include an additional dorm and bathroom, updated kitchen, and this is only an interior walls will be moved. So this is what I'd call, I guess, a light remodel. Taking into consideration both of these projects, it was really to, one of the catalysts to get these projects going were to properly house the 3 additional firefighters that'll be stationed at that fire station. A little bit about the Station 18 closure plan. I think everybody can appreciate that you can't just close the fire station the day that it's due to close. There's a lot of planning that goes into that. And for me, I have 2 main things that I need to make sure it goes smooth. One is that we minimize daily operational impacts at every level in the department. And number 2 is I need to remain fiscally responsible for all the member agencies to make sure that that I follow through with my direction. Some of the things that we've already put in place or are in the process of putting in place, planning for the closure, is we've hired 5 firefighter paramedics, and they're currently in the process of training. And they will be qualified to fill that firefighter paramedic role on a 3-person engine company, slated for July 1, 2025. We've also shifted the newly purchased apparatus that was due to come to Station 18. We've shifted it to Station 19 in a cost reduction efforts, understanding that the station would be closing and that the cost of shifting an engine from one station to the other station could be a number of $1,000 just based on restriping and reorganizing the equipment. Also, the town of Ross, as I mentioned before, or the town of San Anselmo, Sleepy Hollow, Fire Protection District, and Fairfax have all committed to money for their fire station remodels. The current firefighter negotiations that we're currently in the process right now, all of that costing and the cost breakdowns going to the town are accounting for the July 1 deployment model, which entails the closure of the station and shifting those bodies over to the other fire stations. We do have a department facilities manager, and that facilities manager has been very vigilant, especially down here in Ross, to make sure that we limit the cost savings to Ross for station improvements, to plan for the station closing, and that we don't have any unneeded costs and any repairs and things of that nature are musts and not nice to have. And lastly, the department has not made a number of different promotions, such as fire captain and engineer positions, to transition those 3 fire captains that we have down here at Station 18 and the 3 engineer positions to firefighter paramedic positions. And one of my thought process in this is that in the JPA under section 24.5 of the Third Amendment of the JPA, subsection A, it's clear that Ross will recoup the savings between a captain, 3 captains, and a firefighter paramedic, and 3 engineers and a firefighter paramedic. And I would anticipate that those total cost savings, which were projected to be saved, I believe in 2030, 2031 or 32, could very well be recouped here in this next fiscal year. A bit about the operational deployment. We currently have, as I mentioned, we have 3 stations with 2 firefighters at each station, and you'll see Fire Station 19 here has a battalion chief. That's a chief officer. He's command and control of the shift. After July 1, or at July 1, we'll have 3 stations with 3 firefighters on each engine and a battalion chief. So you'll notice here that our daily staffing has gone up from 9 to 10. And the reason for that is back in October of 2023, I presented to the fire board an additional firefighter position to fill out our last station that needed a 3-person engine company after the closure of Station 18. And gratefully enough for the fire board, they approved that. So we're actually moving to an additional firefighter on duty from today to July 1. Ultimately, you'll see that the weight of response has increased by 1 additional firefighter. And with the addition of that firefighter, we also had approved an additional battalion chief on the administrative side. The good news to that is that administrative battalion chief is also operational. So when they're on duty on a 40-hour work week, they will be responding also. Chief Weber mentioned this, but I'll kind of touch on a little bit more, the automatic aid and the mutual aid. Marin County has, all agencies combined have 35 fire engines and 13 ambulances. We all support each other. These ambulances and these engines are available for incidents that are within the county of Marin. The system is very dynamic. There's a lot of move up and cover, what we call is a neighbor helping out a neighbor. If Ross Valley Fire gets busy with a number of fire engines that are out on incidents, it's not uncommon that agencies down the valley will move up and they'll cover our fire stations for us as needed to help with those response times. And there are system overlaps. The jurisdictional boundaries, as I mentioned, they are blurred when it comes to incidents, and all agencies really work together to help provide the best service we can for the Marin residents. Wanted to highlight a quick example of a medical aid and what it would look like for a standard medical aid here in Ross if somebody had a medical emergency. So somebody had a medical emergency here in Ross starting July 1. You'd have engine 19, which is coming from San Anselmo, and you have medic 18, which is coming here from Ross, respond to the incident. Anytime through any incident at dispatch, if an engine company officer or even a paramedic on medic 18 feels that the incident warrants additional resources, they can get on the radio once they get in the fire engine and request additional resources. Chief Weber mentioned a little bit about the echo level calls. These are life-threatening calls, as mentioned prior. It's a countywide agreement for closest resource. This is a process that is currently in development phase It's a priority to implement it as soon as possible. So once it's implemented, what will this mean? This will allow the closest resource, no matter what agency you're working for, to be dispatched to the call. It will also allow an additional fire engine to be dispatched to the call for which that jurisdiction has jurisdictional boundaries. So for example, if there was a call in the town of Ross and it was on Lagunitas Road, the closest fire engine would be engine 17. So engine 17, 0.6 miles away, would be dispatched to the incident. And as I mentioned prior, a second engine is also dispatched to that call, and that would be engine 19, along with medic 18. So when we're looking at response times, I know that there has been a lot of talk about the 2-minute response time. As Chief Weber mentioned prior, that was really a travel distance between station 19 and station 18. But as you see here, with these echo level calls and these life-threatening calls, you're getting the closest engine, which is 0.6 miles away. What is it going to look like if we have a structure fire? And I picked a road, up a road, and this is what it's going to look like for the town of Ross, July 1, when you get a structure fire, is you're going to get 5 engines, 2 battalion chiefs, and 1 ambulance. The weight of attack there is 19 firefighters. For a second alarm, which is an additional request for additional resources, you're going to get an additional 3 engines, 1 battalion chief, and 1 ambulance. I wanted to highlight what is the difference between this response now and when this decision was made back in 2021. Because I've got the question to, what have you done to increase your weight of response? And in 2023, as I mentioned, I went to the board and asked for an additional firefighter to round out 3-person engine companies. So that got us an actual firefighter, an additional firefighter as part of a weight of attack. And in October 2024, all of the fire chiefs and the operations chiefs agreed that we needed to add additional fire engines to our first alarm response. So we added an additional fire engine along with an additional battalion chief. So the weight of response went up by 4 additional firefighters. And I'm proud to say that I feel that was something that was needed for a long time, and we made that change. This is the response for a wildfire on Upper Road. So the first alarm response, which means it's the first engines that'll be dispatched. You'll get 6 fire engines, 2 battalion chiefs, and 1 ambulance. On a second alarm, you'll get 3 engines, 1 battalion chief, and 1 ambulance. There is an option for, as similar to when a fire captain asks for additional resources on a medical aid, there is an option for the fire captain to also ask, or the battalion chief to ask, for additional resources from Marin County Fire Department. And what those resources are the following. If you ask for an additional response from Marin County Fire Department, and I base this all on a high dispatch day, which is a red flag day, you'll get an additional 6 engines, 1 battalion chief, 2 water tenders, which are the big trucks that carry the water. You'll get 2 hand crews, 2 bulldozers, 1 air attack, which is the smaller plane that directs the other air resources. You'll get 2 tankers. Those are S2 tankers. They drop 1,200 gallons of retardant. And you'll get 2 helicopters. Those 2 helicopters come with a crew and a water bucket. Some of the water buckets carrying between 500 and 850 gallons a minute, or capacity. So what's our total response? Our total engine response, if we if we ask for these resources. 15 engines, and that equates to the Marin County Fire Response also. You ultimately get 32 pieces of equipment that you can get on the road on the first alarm response if it's requested by the battalion chief or the fire captain. What do we do on red flag days? Proactiveness is extremely important. I think as a county, we've really made strides in trying to take proactive approaches to staffing our stations, upstaffing our stations, and notifying the public of red flag days. So we have the ability to upstaff additional resources, up to 10 engines countywide. So that is in addition to the engines that are regularly staffed on a day-to-day basis. We can upstaff hand crews, bulldozers. We also have the ability to upstaff and have standby an incident management team. These are the teams that are able to help organize fires and to help manage the fires as they get larger. As Chief Weber mentioned, the Emergency Operations Center can upstaff for additional dispatchers, and the Office of Emergency Services can upstaff their duty officers, which are tasked with sending out alert and warnings to the public. Also, some local things that we've done here in Ross is some signs have been created to post out for the public just to make them aware that the red flag day is in effect. And the last slide. Changes from 2019 to 2024. So the department has supported various countywide initiatives while also instituting its own, designed to provide better service for all of our members here at the Ross Valley Fire Department. Fire-based dispatching contract that we entered into about a year ago. As we talked about, the soon-to-come life-threatening e-calls that will provide closest resource dispatching, which will reduce response times. We've also integrated an integration of Tablet Command, which is a software that we've instilled in all of our engines, along with all of our electronic devices, that notifies us even sooner than the dispatch notifies us that we have an incident. And one may say, well, why is that? The minute that the dispatcher types a certain call code into the computer, it automatically notifies the members of what that call code is. And while the dispatcher is asking a couple more questions and before they key the mic to do the dispatch, the engine company already has the call. And this reduces turnout times as far as the early notification. And this integration also provides a route of travel for recommended travel routes. So all of our firefighters know the community intimately. However, a recommended route of travel is always appreciated. And last but not least, Engine 19, as I mentioned, all of our fire engines will be staffed with 3-person engine companies. And once the department fills all of its vacancies, which I hope is by the end of next year, Engine 19 will always have a paramedic on it. And a report. And I'll turn it over to Mark Brown.
No.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Kircher, council members. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. And as my slide deck slowly starts projecting up there, I'll get going. As mentioned, my name's Mark Brown, Executive Officer for Marin Wildfire, and recently retired as a Deputy Fire Chief for Marin County Fire. Do want to add that actually a good portion of my career was spent as a firefighter paramedic, and I have many shifts here at Station 18, so I do have a strong connection to the community of Ross. A lot of focus has been on wildfire, especially after the Palisades fire, and what I like to remind people is that Marin Wildfire was created because of the North Bay fires in 2017. We had a lessons learned packet. We invited all the land management, law, and fire agencies from Sonoma County to Marin. We asked them, what were you doing before the fires, during the fires, after the fires? What were your successes? What were your challenges? We came up with 6 pages or 60 action items. And it was clear that wildfire does not care about any jurisdictional boundaries whatsoever. And these task items spread across all jurisdictions, and they spread across multiple public agency disciplines. And so that's why we decided to create the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, fortunately passed by our voters. I'm proud to point out, and it doesn't show up very well because of the colors I chose to use, of the 60 action items, we have taken affirmative action on 75% of those items, that they're either accomplished or well engaged. Some of those items will never be accomplished. They're forever type projects. And some of the projects we found out that we actually don't need those anymore because of other systems that we have in place. I believe our structure is really important to mention. A lot of the work that we're doing isn't necessarily novel work. Other agencies are doing it. How we govern that is what is unique about Marin Wildfire, but also our pace and scale. We're a joint powers authority of 17 member agencies. We have an elected official from each of our member agencies on our board of directors. Our operations committee is staffed by town managers, city managers, and fire chiefs. Town of Ross is represented by your town manager, Johnson. We also have Chief Mahoney represented on the operations committee as well. And then we consider the advisory technical committee, where the rubber meets the road. The advisory technical committee, we call them pre-fire engineers. Our operations committee sets the strategy that we're going to follow, and our advisory technical committee members create the work plan and the projects that fit with that strategy that's created by their operations committee. Town of Ross is represented by Anthony Alcacer and also Rob Bashanon from Ross Valley Fire, because of his role with Ross Valley Fire. And then we have a community oversight committee to make sure that we're spending the taxpayers' dollars efficiently. And we have really driven ourselves to be a science and data-driven approach, making sure that we are doing what is absolutely best for wildfire mitigation. We've established a strategic plan with 5 goals. I like to tackle this slide from the inside out, though. I like to focus on that middle goal, reduce risk to homes, because we follow a house-out approach. And we're really working hard to get our residents to understand their role and responsibility in creating wildfire mitigation. A lot of people want to stand at their house and point at the wildland and go, that's going to burn my house down. And what we're trying to get people to do is turn around and look at their house and realize their house is part of the fire problem. If you looked at the Palisades fire, you look at the Eaton fire, you look at the Tubbs fire, it was an urban conflagration. A lot of vegetation was still standing. It was a house-to-house transmission. So we really need to interrupt that flow of structure ignition. Then we have improved evacuation systems, whether it's notifications, alerts, detections, or hardening our evacuation routes, because no community has ever been designed for everybody to leave at once. There will be traffic jams during every evacuation. And the key is that our evacuation routes have been improved so that even if there is fire impacting that evacuation route, people will be safe within their cars. But the most important part is early notification with early evacuation. And of course, there's reducing wildfire fuels within our communities, but also around our wildland-urban interface boundaries. We also have an extensive public education campaign. We also provide grants for our residents and low-income senior tax discounts or exemptions. So our budget, theoretically, is fairly simple. We're at about $22 million a year now. 60% of our budget we consider our core. That's vegetation management, public education, grants, evacuation route improvements, notifications, alerts, and notifications. And we have divided the MWPA into 5 zones. You guys are considered the central zone. Since the implementation of the Marin wildfire, more than $10 million has been expended of Marin wildfire monies. That doesn't include a $3.25 million grant that we received from CAL FIRE that was spent in the Central Marin Zone. 20% of our budget goes towards defensible space evaluation programs, and 20% goes right back to our member agencies, because our member agencies have such a strong connection to their communities. They're the subject matter experts that can decide what is best for their communities. So for Ross has received $282,000 each for DSpace and local projects since the inception of Measure C. When we look back after 10 years of our existence, I think we'll look at our defensible space evaluation program as our single largest success. And if you look across the nation, nobody is doing the number of inspections, nor, I'll brag a little bit, the quality of inspections that we are doing. In fact, we are the ones that created the software that's being used now across the 8 states that is being setting the industry standard on how we do inspections. Since Marin wildfire has been about, we've done 2,197 inspections here in Ross. 818 different properties have been inspected. Unfortunately, though, only 4.7% of the properties are compliant with your town's ordinances. And I was a little bit concerned when I saw that low number. And so I asked someone else to do the data dig in a different way, and they came up with the same compliance rate. So that's something we're going to need to work on as a community. Another thing is that we had 768 findings in Zone 0. Zone 0 is the first 5 feet around a structure. And then especially what we're noticing from the urban conflagrations, Zone 0 is so important. Embers are being broadcast. They hit a house. They either go up into the vents and into the eaves, or they hit the house, fall down, hit the vegetation around the house. That vegetation catches on fire, or maybe it's a garbage can. And then that's what burns the house down. And so in Ross, we had those 768 findings, with 10% of the people or 10% of those findings were mitigated. And one of the things I want to point out with the insurance environment, the insurance industry is more and more looking at Zone 0 as a determinant of yes or no they want to insure. And to support our residents, we also have a Chipper Day program. Last year, we had over almost 4,700 pickups from our residential chipper program. The good news is Ross is right in there with what is consistent with all of our other zones as far as use of the Chipper Day program. Public education is so very important. We're spending well over $1 million in public education just because, first of all, we want people to be situationally aware. We want them to be aware when there's high fire risk. Maybe they can take preventative actions before a fire ever happens. Also to learn what they can do for safe evacuations, alerts and notifications, and what they should be doing to make their house less ignitable. Our vegetation management program is alive and well, doing a lot of work. I like using this picture as an example of evacuation route clearing. I would argue that that route is not only safer during a wildfire, but it's safer from day to day as well. Part of our vegetation management program includes shaded fuel breaks. And a shaded fuel break is not removing all vegetation, but it's removing the unhealthy, smaller, non-native vegetation, removing the dead and down, thinning out the smaller trees. We want to keep the shade. The shade helps with cooling. It helps with keeping moisture in the ground. It decreases the spotting potential when the embers start landing. And it's not designed to stop a fire. It's designed to slow a fire down, decrease the rate of spread, decrease the intensity. This gives our firefighters a chance to suppress the fire. It also gives our residents more time to evacuate under safer conditions. And looking at how Ross Valley Fire and the town of Ross has been using their local and core funds. In year 1, we had projects on Baywood, Crest, and Upper Road. Year 2, Laurel Grove and the surrounding streets, Glenwood and Woodhaven. Year 3, hazardous vegetation and roadside clearance on Lagunitas Road, Natalie Coffin Green Park. Roadside projects on Madrona, Bridge, Chestnut, and Hillside. Year 4, Branson School, Marin Art and Garden Center, Berry Lane, and Baywood Canyon. And then year 5, and it's hard to believe we're in year 5 and we're planning for year 6, but a fuel break and roadside clearance in the Barber Winship area. This next slide, I'm going to talk about some of the core projects that we have going on, but I also want to use this slide as an opportunity to talk about how fire is going to impact the town of Ross, especially under the high fire threat days. Diablo winds are what's going to push fire through all of our communities with that urban conflagration. The thing about the Diablo winds is that it will always come from the same direction. It is a terrain-driven wind. It's going to be hot and it's going to be dry. And they're called a föhn wind, which is German for a mountain wind, which means it is a terrain wind. It's going to come from the northeast. So under these extreme weather days, you have two options that are going to cause a fire here in Ross. That's a fire to the north of you that has embers that are being broadcast into your town. And that's why defensible space and getting our work around our structures is so important, so that when those embers are coming from 1 mile to 3 miles away and landing in Ross, we don't want them to start new aggressive wildfires. We want them to be small, little contained smoldering fires that can be easily stopped or perhaps stopped on their own. The other threat is a fire that the one that always worries us is that structure fire that happens on that north wind day, and that's what starts the urban conflagration. Then there's another phenomenon being a coastal county that we call a dry onshore sea breeze. When we've had those Diablo winds, that means all this dry air has been moving offshore and is sitting on the ocean, over the ocean. It's not picking up moisture yet, though. And so for the first 12 hours or so, when that moisture or when that air mass comes back onshore, we're going to have what we call a dry onshore sea breeze. It's usually about 12 hours. That's when, if there's a fire in the watershed, that Ross becomes threatened. That's the bad news. The good news is dry onshore sea breezes are never as strong as the Diablo wind event, and they're only usually about 12 hours, and they don't really follow the contour of the land very well. And then we have our average weather day. I don't think we should ever stop talking about our average weather day, because 95% of our fires happen on an average weather day. And we want that 3-acre fire. We want our residents to be able to take action on their home before a fire ever ignites, so that a 3-acre fire that gets to a house faster than a fire engine ever could, the house defends itself. When you look at these projects, all the yellow on this screen, thank you. All the yellow on the screen are Central Marin funded core projects. The long snake-looking one, that is the Greater Ross Valley Shaded Fuel Break. This is a Tam Rancho project that we have going up on here. Those are the shaded fuel breaks are designed to interrupt the flow of fire, to decrease the rate of spread, decrease the embers that is produced right up against our homes. Then these green images here, those are actually projects that are happening in the San Rafael zone, but they have a direct impact on what is protecting Ross. You see up on the ridge line, right between the Ross border and the San Rafael border, you have some projects that are being funded out of the San Rafael zone that's working well for this. This is the Mount Tamalpais Cemetery. We call that San Rafael San Anselmo Fuel Reduction Zone, 150 acres of eucalyptus trees that we are removing. And what that means for Ross is on that north wind day, when those eucalyptus trees are burning, the leaves and the bark that comes off of the eucalyptus trees turn into sails. We've actually had fires in that area that have dropped embers onto Bald Hill right behind you. And so that's why that's such an important project for here in Ross. And then we've been putting a tremendous amount of effort into our evacuation planning. We have the first of its kind evacuation ingress-egress risk assessment, so that we know best where we should focusing our work and how we should be focusing that work. And then insurance. It's almost impossible anymore to disconnect the discussion of wildfire and insurance, and the concerns that wildfire are causing insurance companies to non-renew customers, which is absolutely true. So Marin Wildfire has been actively engaged in creating solutions for insurance. And these are some of the different organizations, entities, and initiatives that we've involved in. We're connected firmly with the California Department of Insurance, providing intel and information for them. We've been in constant communication with the California FAIR Plan, the insurer of last resort. The Cal Poly Humboldt Catastrophic Risk Modeling Initiative is super interesting. Prop 103 does not allow for catastrophic risk modeling to set rates for your insurance. However, the insurers are using catastrophic risk modeling to make a decision whether or not they're going to insure a property. So what Commissioner Lara from the California Department of Insurance has done has commissioned Cal Poly Humboldt to create a publicly created catastrophic risk model that would allow insurers to set rates based on real fire hazard measures or risks, but also take into consideration risk reduction that communities have been doing, whether it's at the community level or at the parcel level. Currently, that is not being considered. And since it's being produced at Cal Poly Humboldt, it makes it a transparent process, and that can be used per Prop 103 to set rates. We also are well engaged with United Policyholders, which is a consumer advocacy group. We are well engaged with Milliman, which is an actuarial, which has received funding from the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation to create the WUI Data Commons. And why that is important is none of the catastrophic risk modelers are absorbing the data of the work that agencies like Marin Wildfire and the Ross Valley Fire Department and the town of Ross are doing. They are blind to the vegetation management work that we're doing along the wildlife-urban interface boundary, and they're blind to the work that our residents are taking action on. So the idea behind the data commons is to make that available so their insurers could make more well-informed decisions. VeriRisk is another, is a catastrophic risk modeler that we're working with. Nefila is a reinsurer that is wanting to continue to stay engaged in the California insurance market and looking for ways that they can. And then we've been working with multiple insurance brokers and companies to work out innovative solutions for insurance. When we talk about the WUI Data Commons, we share that we have a lot of data, especially at the community level, and then at the aggregated parcel level. And I say aggregated parcel level for a reason. We are not sharing individual parcel data. We are sharing aggregated data information. And what's important is that we've been creating our own modeling because no one else has been doing it. And we wanted to be able to show, first of all, plan our projects that make the most benefit. We wanted to our pre-fire engineers to be able to shape that work so that it's most effective. But we also wanted to be able to show to our taxpayers that their money has been well invested. And so we are offering the work that we have been doing to Cal Poly Humboldt to help set a standard ongoing. But if Cal Poly Humboldt says, okay, we like that, we're gonna make a little tweak here, we're gonna be adjusting to what they're doing. And just an example, this is the Greater Novato Shaded Fuel Break, and our modeling shows the types of risk reduction that we've created for that work. We've done the exact same type of modeling for the Greater Ross Valley Shaded Fuel Break. This is an example of all of our evacuation route clearing projects, which also reduces fire risk within our communities. And then I talked about the inspections that are happening here in Ross, but across the county, we've inspected over 60,000 parcels, total of 120,000 parcels. Many of those parcels have been inspected multiple times. For issues, when we say issues on here, those are recommendations, not ordinances. We have identified 36,000 issues, 18,000 have been mitigated, so a 48% resolution rate. And then for violations, and when I say violations, they're violating some type of ordinance or state code. We have 290,000, almost 291,000. There you see our compliance goes down quite a bit, though. We're at 38% countywide. And this is how we can share the aggregated data. This is the darker, the blue, getting the purple. That is groups of our clusters of property owners that are taking the most action. So you get into the yellow and the green, it's less. When you get into the purple, you start seeing people getting more action. That's how we create fire adaptation for our communities. Then there's been a lot of talk about will losing an engine at Station 18 make the insurance industry want to disengage from the town of Ross. Currently, the insurance industry, when it comes to wildfire insurance decision-making, they do not look at response at all. There is no category in their decision-making that takes into account response. We're actually encouraging them to take that into account. And that's by analyzing how many fire engines we have, whether it's the structural engines or the wildland engines, how many hand crews we have, how many bulldozers we have, how many aircraft we have available. And what Dan was talking about was weight of response. And it's not just the number of engines we have, it's the number of bodies that are coming. And Marin is very well postured for that weight of response when it comes to wildfire. And that's why we are really encouraging the insurance industry to take that into account. For instance, we have 4 fire crews here in Marin. Sonoma County to the north of us, twice as big as we are, 3 fire crews. So this just gives you an idea of the weight of response. But when I look at the strategic thinking that Ross Valley Fire has been going through, if I have 4 engines with 2 people on it compared to 3 engines with 3 people, I take 3 engines with 3 people any day of the week because it gets me more bodies to the incident, especially since when it was going to be a 6-engine response anyway, those other 3 engines are carrying 3 people. So we just increased that response by 3 people on top of the fire crews that we've added to the response. And so that's why I think it is so important that we do get the WURI response ratings involved into their decision-making. And the one bullet point I have down here, back in 2003, after the Cedar Fire, there was a Blue Ribbon Commission. And the Blue Ribbon Commission said, we do not have enough fire engines in the state of California. So what Cal OES did, the California Office of Emergency Services, went out and bought many new fire engines. And what they do is they assign them to a local fire department and says, okay, we're going to give you this fire engine. Well, when we want you to respond to a fire somewhere in the state, you have to respond to that. Great idea. Problem was, they never increased the number of firefighters. So guess what we did to our weighted response? We changed it 0. And so that's why CAL FIRE has been working so hard in adding to their inventory of firefighters. And so now we're finally getting that weighted response with more firefighters. California Fair Plan, I'm sorry for the image, the size of this, but this tiny little sliver right here is Ross, and we have about 3% of our properties here at Ross are under the California Fair Plan. The entire county is seeing an increase of how many property owners are having to go to the California Fair Plan. And we are in communication with the California Fair Plan that if people have their inspections performed and they meet what's called the Safer from Wildfire regulations, they can get a discount on the California Fair Plan. So we're working with the Fair Plan on that. And I think I talked a little bit about this. What will the closure of Station 18 impact availability of insurance in Ross? No. What is going to impact insurance availability in Ross is a holistic approach where the fire department, public safety, law enforcement, public works, our private industry, and our residents are all working together to create fire adaptation. That's when we increased insurability of Ross. And Marin Wildfire and our member agencies, we are creating adapted fire adapted adaptation in Marin, thanks to the taxpayers' investment that they have made with us. And we work constantly with our local managers, our residents, our civic leaders, you folks, but I don't just look at our elected and appointed officials as our civic leaders. I also look at this informal leadership within our communities as our civic leaders. Our first responders, obviously, and then our developers and business owners. A lot of the Measure C funds are being invested right back into companies here in Marin, and it's generating more revenue here in Marin. And with that, I'll stop the screen share, and I think you guys have probably heard enough presentations tonight.
So Mayor, Urso concludes our presentation. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Available for questions.
We'll open it up now for questions from the council council members can direct their questions to whomever or just pose a question and perhaps the person with the best knowledge could respond. Should we start? Anyone, Betty, Julie, Terry?
Okay. Chief Weber, so when are they going to be adding that 3rd ambulance perhaps? What's the time frame that you're looking at?
So probably not a 3rd ambulance. It would be adding capacity to the system. So we're in conversation now with Santa Fe, who's looking at adding additional capacity. It could be something we can share there. Are we looking at a cross-staffed engine company? And we just got this data in November, I believe. Citygate brought it to us. So the JPA will be looking at the options surrounding that. Any associated costs, and as we plan for our next measure to go before the voters, which is coming relatively quickly, we'll have a plan. But I think if you look at that unit hour utilization, we're not there yet, but we are leaning forward into the fact that we need to add capacity. But it wouldn't be a third ambulance. It would probably be a cross-staffed unit. So an engine company here in the valley that could jump off of the engine and onto the ambulance if it were busy, if there were no ambulances available, or looking to our partners either the north or south that have capacity issues also that may not need to buy a whole ambulance, and maybe we can share some of that capacity.
Thank you.
Councilmember McMillan?
I took like 10 pages of notes. That was incredible. That was a great presentation. Thank you. I just wondered, Chief Weber, if you could reiterate the 40% number that has been floating around. You were talking really fast, and I was writing really fast, but I think it would help everyone to understand that number and why that number is being misunderstood.
I'm turning on my mic. I'm making some assumptions here because I didn't come up with that number, but what I believe occurred was the calculation used was the average commitment time of the ambulance for an incident, which I believe is in the 80-minute range, multiplied by the total number of incidents for the ambulance. And that would come up with your total minutes of commitment time over a 12-month period. You divide that by how many minutes are available, and you'd be somewhere, I don't think it's 40%, north of 50. But if you're not accounting for non-transports, which, again, across the county, I don't have the data specifically for our VPA in front of me, countywide data, 15 to 20% of ambulance responses don't result in a transport. So they could be immediately canceled en route, canceled once they get on scene. But obviously that could be just a couple minutes versus 87 minutes. So I suspect that's where that came from. But again, I'd redirect people to the 2024 study, looking at the unit hour utilization and then looking at the availability of the ambulance. And if more specifically for Ross, looking at how many times was the Ross assigned ambulance available for response in Ross as a better indicator.
And you'd say what that number is again for us?
Boy, I wish I had that slideshow in front of me. There were 96 incidents in 2023 in Ross. 70 of those were handled by the ambulance assigned here in Ross, which was like 71%. I hope I'm getting these numbers correct. Well, that's the unit hour utilization. And I think that's also why we have to be careful here. I mean, as anybody looking in front of me, these stacks of data, unit hour utilization, responses, travel time versus total time, but going back to your specific stuff. So in Ross, using a relatively small set of data, it's 1 year, 96 responses required an ambulance or got an ambulance. Thank you, Danny. 26 or of those, or 27%, were non-transports. 68 of the 96 ambulance responses were handled by the medic unit that's assigned out of Ross.
So maybe I could just say a word because I think I need to own this 40%. When I looked at the data from the 2024 EMS report, looking, as you said, at how many calls M18 got per year and dividing that by 365 days and looking at how many hours the ambulance was away, it looked to me like the ambulance was present around 50% of the time. So I looked to confirm that and spoke with, at a meeting with several other people, the principal who did that study, and he said, actually, he thought that the ambulance was present closer to 40% of the time. So that 40% came from my looking at data, trying to confirm it with the person who wrote the EMS study, and he thought it was closer to 40%. So that's where that came from. I think, well, actually, before I ask any questions, I did want to mention that, Ross residents have nothing but the highest praise for the services that they get from the fire department and from the paramedic authority. I mean, the services are superb, and that probably is the reason for some of the concern, is because people don't want to lose any of these services. They're not sure they want to cut back at all on these services because they've been outstanding. Back in 2021, when people had said they wouldn't support the money, a bond measure to rebuild the fire station. That was largely, in my opinion, in part because they had been assured that the ambulance actually could replace the fire engine, and that the response times, which were quoted then at 7 minutes 55 seconds, would be unchanged for 85% of the calls. I mean, it appears now that even if the ambulance is present, it's not going to have a 7-minute 55 second response, and that it often comes later than the fire engine. And I think that's probably why some people are concerned, gee, are we really better off if we had a fire engine? We recognize that we closed the station, but some of the questions are, well, could we get it back? And so one question would be, if Ross residents were able to provide the funds to staff an engine, to remain here, would there be objection, and funds to rebuild the station so that it's a nice station? Would there be objections from fire officials to do that, if that were even possible financially?
Do you want me to start with the EMS piece? Yeah. And then jump into that? So one, thank you. I think that highlighting the data, and I will own the 85%, because I'm the one that made those statements in 2021. And where that data came from was, one, again, we'd not done a previous report, so we had nothing else to look at. We had 2 years of data and felt that the responses and the unit hour utilization was going to stay pretty consistent. It's clear with a smaller set of data, there's a shift there. So I think that the reality is that probably lives somewhere between 70 and 80%. And with that, assuming the ambulance stays here in Ross, and then I'm hopeful we can get through the negotiations, which I think we will, that when they are here for a medical emergency, that means that amount of time they're available here, the response time wouldn't change. Now, it would be increased if the ambulance isn't here, because you're going to get an adjoining station to be the first arriving engine company versus the ambulance. So I think that's an important piece to mix into this. And again, I would describe incident activity like lightning. It's very hard to predict where exactly it's going to strike and at what time. And that's why when we do our deployment models, we're looking at larger geographical areas. We're looking at trends of data, those peak hours, how we can start to add capacity into the system, are all things that we look at. I'll turn it over to Danny on the fire station side.
Yeah, I think, back when the decision was made and the board gave direction to then Fire Chief Jason Weber and now myself to follow through with the direction that was given, I think, that was a policy decision that was made, and that we've revisited the opportunity at the fire board level and back in January. And that would be something that there would be some direction from me on whether if I truly feel that we need to go in a different direction that was given. But I work at the pleasure of the board, and the board provides me direction, and I follow through with the direction that was given.
Could I just jump in on this one subject? I was going to let every council member finish, but since we're on this subject, I know council members want to talk about other subjects as well. While we're talking about response time and this 2 minutes of additional response time, and it seems to me, if I understood this correctly, that was based on the travel time from Station 19 in San Anselmo, just up the road from us, to Station 18, 1.1 miles, 2 minutes, about 33 miles an hour. And I was just trying to figure out, okay, my house, how would that play out for a medical emergency? And it turns out I'm 1.1 miles away from San Anselmo, and I'm 1.1 miles away from Kentfield at Station 17. So I'm sort of right in the middle, you might say. But that's not 2 minutes. We could say that's 2 minutes of driving time, but we're talking about additional driving time. Because if I had a medical emergency before our station closed, the engine would still have to come from Station 18 to my house. That's half a mile. So now we're talking about an additional 0.6 miles to get to my house. In other words, that's 1.1 miles minus 0.5 miles. It's an additional 0.6 miles that's about an additional minute, right? That's not 2 minutes. Is my analysis correct?
That's correct. It would depend on your location, and like previously mentioned, the 2 minutes was an approximate time, and it was really the best we could do to articulate the travel time between Station 19 and Station 18.
But is it also correct that at the time the 2021 study was done, or the 2019 study was done, with this 2 minutes, there was no automatic aid from Kentfield for medical emergencies, only fire? Isn't that right?
Kentfield does regularly come over to assist us, but the study was more focused on Ross Valley fire response and a response
Right.
from Fire Station 19.
So that's where we got the 2 minutes. And that wasn't taking into account Kentfield. Because if the engine were coming from Kentfield to, say, down by near the Kentfield Hospital where the Ross sign is, that's 0.3 miles. But if an engine came from 18, that's 0.3 miles down to that same location. Those engines would get there at the same time, wouldn't they? So there would be no increase, right? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
and
not trying to confuse you, but-
I think when we look at those, what we were calling those echo level calls, I mean, that is truly where the difference is going to be and make a difference in the 2 minute response time, is that, you know, that fire engine from Station 17, 0.6 miles away, could get to Lagunitas Road a lot faster than a fire engine at Fire Station 19.
Right. But if they were going down to a place near the Kentfield Hospital, wouldn't the both engines get there about the same time? No delay.
Yeah, if you're traveling in the same direction for a same location, you would get there at similar times.
And on the other side of town, the north side of town, say Bolinas, a property right next to St. Anselm's Church, 0.6 miles from Station 19, 0.5 miles from Station 18, 1918, I'm sorry. 6/10 from 19, 5/10 from 18. Two engines leaving at the same time, 18 would get there slightly before 19, but it would be a minimal delay, right?
Yeah, if they were traveling at the same speed and had the same turnout time, and yeah,
Right.
ultimately they could travel 0.6 miles in the same amount of time. And I'm only saying that because I think that the streets are fairly flat here. It would be different if a fire station was at the top of the hill and they had to go down a road that was more narrow than a travel route for another fire engine that would maybe wider.
All right. Thank you.
Well, just to finish.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
Well,
to
let me
interrupt you,
comment about that,
Elizabeth,
and then
but,
I'll
yeah.
finish with my last question. But, I mean, that report said it was a minimum of additional 2 minutes, and it does depend on traffic. You know, here, Kentfield to here is a 2-lane road. If there's traffic, that could be a problem. But, it is relatively close, Kentfield. The other question, and this just gets back to people who have said, gee, is there any way to keep an engine in Ross? So the question has to do with, like, what does that look like financially? I mean, we've had estimates about what it would cost to rebuild the fire station. Staffing an engine, when we added an additional position to upstaff, to augment the staffing for the fire engine, was it a year ago or so? It was $650,000 for that position to go from 2 to 3 people. So is it like a ballpark estimate that if Ross wanted to staff an engine here, we would need $650,000 per year times 3 for 3 people? I mean, is that kind of the ballpark figure to run an engine if people in the community said we really would like our first responders a little bit closer? My guess is that's the kind of money we're talking about. Is that about right? I know you.
Yeah, I mean, that's just relating to the actual cost of the position.
Right,
I think,
right. That's assuming
yeah,
like.
I think there's a lot of different layers to look into, the actual cost of truly of funding a fire engine. And I don't have the data, or I don't have the numbers in front of me to feel comfortable, quoting how much a fire engine would cost to staff. But you're right, that was in our firefighter paramedic staff report. That was the cost at that time to add
One position.
yeah.
Right, so it'd be I mean, if people wanted to know, I mean, it's got to be at least 2 to 3 times, we'd want 3 people, so it's at least 3 times that.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
don't need to
there's,
pin
I
you
mean,
down,
there's
it's just-
overhead, there's
Right.
insurance costs, there's the cost of fire, and, I mean, there's a lot to it. This was truly to add another position to to a machine that was already running.
Got it.
And I don't mean the fire engine machine, I mean the department machine.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Okay, I have a number of questions. The first one is to the two chiefs that we have here. Chief Weber, you are the chief of all of Marin County. Given your presentation of the overwhelming amount of fire resources we have, are you looking to close other fire stations in the county? And if so, please let us know which stations you're looking to close.
So point of clarification, I am the county fire chief, but each jurisdiction is their own independent agency. So I represent the county, which is predominantly West Marin. And then we have a contract with CAL FIRE. We're one of 6 counties in California that CAL FIRE contracts with. That's why you get a wildland response from us. So no, we're not looking at closing any of our 6 stations currently, but we're 20, 30 minutes between a station in West Marin. So it's a different ballgame.
Okay, and then Chief Mahoney, the San Anselmo Sleepy Hollow district has about a similar population to Ross. They're choosing to rebuild, and you gave us those estimates. Why not shut that station down too, given this overwhelming amount of fire we have here? Like, why keep that open? Why remodel it?
Because,
What
what do you mean, what are you asking me?
Your presentation showed just overwhelming, like planes coming. We've got so many resources. So I'm wondering why the decision was made for the San Anselmo Sleepy Hollow station to be rebuilt. Why not just shut that one down?
Yeah, so Sleepy Hollow didn't ask the Ross Valley Fire Department and come to us and tell us that they wanted to close our fire station. The town of Ross did.
Okay, so do you advocate them shutting down? I'm saying, given all the resources you showed, would it be the recommendation of the fire chief that we also close that station down because we have so many resources available? It seems like maybe we're over capacity. So Ross is shutting down, and it's not going to be a problem, given all the information you shared. I'm wondering if we should go further with the cuts and why Sleepy Hollow chose not to do that and why they're spending 3.5 million or 4.5 according to you. I don't understand why they're similar size. 2,400 people seems absurd to keep it open, right? I mean, so why not shut that one down?
Yeah, so the presentation I showed up here, I never once said that we're over capacity. What I was doing was stating what the town of Ross will get for a wildfire response.
Okay.
I think, let me jump in here really quick. So we've shifted capacity, right? We're not eliminating capacity, we're delivering it in a different way. An incident like a structure fire requires between 15 and 20 personnel for mitigation. So that's what we call the effective response force. And when we look at things like that and our ability to deliver, we're looking at that service delivery over a geographical area, right? Not a single town. Secondly, we look at simultaneous incidents. So how often are incidents occurring one after the other? That gives us an idea how many engine companies are needed. So if you were to eliminate a second engine company, you'd have a much higher simultaneous incident, meaning engines weren't available to respond. You'd also lose capacity within your effective response force. Then you'd be less successful in mitigating an incident, whether it's wildland or structure. Same thing for a cardiac arrest. Let's talk about that. And I know Dr. Robbins is here. Cardiac arrests are complex to manage. They take a lot of people. The events that have to occur during a cardiac arrest are not necessarily you can do in order. They have to be simultaneous, right? So you're managing an airway, you're managing IV medication therapy, electrocardio shocking, those kind of things. You have to extricate the patient from the home. Many of these homes have big staircases, hillside homes. It takes a large number of people to do that. So now if we have a cardiac arrest and there isn't a station in Sleepy Hollow and there isn't a station in Ross, We've got both engine companies and our ambulance committed. If any additional call comes in, now you're going to get response from Woodacre or Kentfield. And you can see the geographical area now we've cleared out. So there's a couple things we're watching for. Our effective response force, in this case, we just shifted that. We didn't eliminate it. And as Dan mentioned, we also added capacity there. And then we have the ability to manage effectively any kind of incident. So that's how we're looking at it. You know, and of course, as fire officials, we don't like to close fire stations. I can tell you the night I sat in here and we talked about the closure of the station, it was a very somber night amongst the council. You know, there were a lot of factors that went into that. There was also, as I mentioned, 14 public meetings, a whole bunch of deliberations beyond that, that took into effect a lot of these issues.
Okay, so let's just get back to your simultaneous demand. The ambulance currently, M18, that's here in Ross, and I think Councilmember Kircher was talking about how close everything is, and I really took issue with the way that you kept showing miles in this report. The Citygate studies were very clear that it's not about a mileage. It's about the structure of the roads, the hillside lots, the way that there's only one large connector road, that if that connector road gets blocked for whatever reason, there's problems. And Citygate was very, very clear about all that. Maybe you don't agree with them, but they're an independent group that was saying the reason, you know, why do we have all these little stations all over these communities? Why 100 years ago did they build this station? It's because these little communities aren't really connected very well. And so to move across them and send emergency responders is very difficult. And those of us that live here and have to just drive our kid to school or to ballet practice or whatever they may do, it could take you hours to get through the hub. We all know these issues. And that's why the Citygate report was very clear that the stations need to be where they are in these little local units. It doesn't make a lot of sense if you look at a map and you don't look at the hills, that why would you build all these little stations so close? Well, because it's really hard to get between them. And so what I'm going to say to you, Chief Weber, is the ambulance is, M18's response time is 13 minutes right now, 13:25. Citygate recommends 7:30, so it's double. Do you think that that is an appropriate, safe time for Ross people to expect 13 minutes, 25 seconds for the ambulance to arrive?
Yes, and I'll explain why. So when we looked at countywide data in the different systems, one is we have a fantastic EMS system here in this county and in this valley. What we're looking at is the transport unit, right? The units that's going to potentially take the person to the hospital. What you're not accounting for is that the engine company with the paramedic is arriving. So that's the number we're really focused on, is how fast can we deliver a first responder bedside. And in most cases, after July 1st, it'll be a paramedic on every one of those engine companies at bedside. If the transport unit arrives a few minutes later, and it depends, that 13 minutes is valley-wide, right, you're looking at, that isn't necessarily just the town of Ross or just Ross Valley.
Well, no, sorry, so it's 9:52 in the Station 18 territory. So we're talking about 10 minutes. The reason I'm so focused on this is if we get rid of the fire station, we're depending on this ambulance, okay? So it's 10 minutes right now to Station 18, and that's supposedly that it's here. The reason, we all know it doesn't take 10 minutes if it's here. It's not here. That's what the study talked about. The utilization is way over capacity. This ambulance is moving all around to support this large territory. And in fact, what you didn't talk about is Fairfax, 20% of their calls are now being answered by Woodacre. We're relying on mutual aid partners because the Ross engine can't make it to Fairfax. So 20% of those calls are being serviced by Woodacre. Fine. You also handle the county, so maybe Woodacre has more capacity. Maybe you can speak to that. The point is that the Ross engine is very busy, and it's 10 minutes to get to a Station 18 territory. If we don't have the fire station, and we don't have fire engine personnel here who are paramedics, we're relying only on that ambulance to come, right? And you just talked about how heart attacks and cardiac arrest, I agree, probably very seldom events, but why should we ask our residents to wait 10 minutes now when they're only waiting 7:55 with the current fire people? So please explain, because it's their lives at the end of the day, okay?
Absolutely. So let's talk about the time. I think the time you're referencing is in the report, and if I recall, it's a very finite number that's associated with it, like
It's
20.
51 incidents.
51 incidents. So again, we talked about a small amount of data, and be careful because you're also probably having in there watershed calls, and that could skew your numbers a bit. So if the ambulance is here in town, my expectation would be that it would have the same response time as the engine company. There'd be no reason for it not to.
Correct.
Another piece, I think we have to be careful about talking about things using the words dangerous, at capacity. We're not at a dangerous level with our EMS system here in this valley or the county. We're nearing a point where we add capacity.
Okay, so according to Citygate, the ambulance call to arrival time is at 13:25 minutes. This is the outer limits of best practices related to patient care for critical patients. As the travel time and simultaneous data indicated, the two ambulances are busy at peak hours of the day and not always available for a call in their primary response areas.
Good. I know we've been here a long time and everybody's anxious to keep moving, but let's make sure though that our presenters can finish their answers. Go ahead.
So from the Woodacre ambulance is doing what we could, it's adding capacity to the system, right? And we do have availability to continue to do that. But again, we're looking at an additional capacity builder and going to work on that. You had one other one here, not only relying, can't read my own notes. Again, look at the engine companies and arrival of ALS. As I mentioned before, we have 35 engine companies and 13 ambulances. When I had the slide up on the board, you're seeing what experience Santa Fe, Novato, Southern Marin has with their ambulances. Very similar response times. The ambulances are going to be further away than incidents than the engine companies. That's just the nature of the deployment. I don't think Stu, if he was sitting here, would tell you we have a system that's beyond capacity, that it's dangerous. I think that we've got to be very careful with our words. Because we have a very effective response system here.
But we're taking one of them offline.
Please.
That's the point. So you in isolation, what you're saying is, hey, they're there for transport. The firemen show up first. And so for transport, yes, you wait a little time. But what you guys are advocating, what you're talking about is we have 4 engines in the Ross Valley Fire Department. We're going to go down to 3. That will increase simultaneous demand, just by definition. Yes. Simultaneous demand 16% now. The ambulances that we're all talking about are at 30. And once you approach that 30 limit, all of a sudden we get these issues of, wow, it's not in its primary territory, it's somewhere else, and the response time really goes up. It's not a problem right now. I agree with you, it's not a problem because we have the fire engine here that can respond to those incidences real quickly, and then they wait for the ambulance to show up. But what the council decided in 2021 was we had all this, we have this ambulance here, so we don't need this fire engine because the ambulance will take care of 85%, the magic number of those calls aren't going to change. The reality is this time is here.
It's time for action, for questions, Matt.
Okay,
We'll have a
I'm
chance-
asking
We'll have
questions.
a chance to talk about this later, but please, just.
Well, the
let's ask
question to you
questions
is, without
rather
the fire
than arguing
engine,
with it.
how can we reliably tell our residents and people that their response time is not going to suffer to a point that they're in a dangerous position? That's the question, without the fire engine.
I would have been jumping out of this chair in 2021 if I thought the council was putting people in undue risk. There's a trade-off, and we discussed it at length in 14 meetings, what that trade-off looked like. And I live 1.5 miles from a fire station here in the county. I feel very well protected. My daughter had an anaphylactic reaction shock, was treated by the ALS engine company arriving first, and then transported by an ambulance. I don't think I'm asking or here advocating. We had a long discussion and dialogue and debate about the trade-off. It is a trade-off, but I don't think we're putting anybody in undue risk.
Okay, thank you.
Carrie.
Thank you. Chief Mahoney, so the Station 18 in Ross is going to close the end of June. And I know that you will continue to do time studies, sort of continuing on. So what will you do if you show that there's a high percentage of calls to Ross residents that are sort of beyond the anticipated 9 minutes and 88 seconds to arrive to an incident, what will you do if you discover that it's taking longer than you anticipated? What will you do then?
Yeah, first of all, we'd figure out, obviously, why. We'd look at, is it the call processing time that could use some improvements? Is it our turnout time that could use improvements? Is the travel time longer than expected, and if so, why? Are we experiencing parking issues on certain areas of the street here in the town of Ross that are allowing, or that aren't allowing the fire engine, access to the actual incident address? Those are the things we'd look at as revolving around, the response, and how can we improve one of those that will help, improve the response time.
And you would take action, whatever that would take? You would figure out the
Yeah,
problem
we would
is-
look at it and identify what was a common factor, and maybe not what is a common factor, but what are some factors that we're experiencing for our response time in the town of Ross that we're not experiencing for some of our outer response time areas in some of our other zones.
Through the mayor, I'd also like to add that in addition to, of course, Chief Mahoney and the Ross Valley Fire Department organization, you also have 2 council members that serve on the Ross Valley Fire Department board that get reports on a regular basis, if not every month and quarterly. You also have 1 member that serves on the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority board that gets regular reports. I attend all those meetings myself, so we'll have a lot of monitoring that's going to be going on.
Okay, that's good, thank you.
So we keep hearing about the Palisades fire and that fire should give us pause and make us change the course that we're going on. I wondered if you could address that specifically.
Want to start?
I can go real quick. So the slide that Chief Weber showed up there during the timelines of this decision that was being made, wildfire was prevalent and in burning a lot of areas in the state of California. And I think an important thing to point out is, I believe it was about 1.5 years after the final decision was made. That was 1.5 years, maybe 2 years after the worst wildland fire disaster in California history, the Camp Fire, that burned almost 20,000 homes and killed 85 people. So this is not something new. This isn't climate change that occurred in the last 3 to 4 years. This is real. Fire officials have been aware of this for many, many years, and this is what we've been trying to do, as Mark Brown was talking about, in really putting some of the ownership and some of the please help us help you to the residents for providing that vegetation clearance in defensible space.
And Chief Weber, we've heard you say before that the location of the Ross Station is really a remnant of the volunteer fire department that started in the 1910s and then eventually became professional. If you were to cite a fire station here or in the Ross Valley, knowing that Kentfield and the Station 19 are present, would you recommend having a fire station in Ross today?
So I think, you can take and apply this question to the entire county. And, I think of South Salida Close Station 2 up at the top of town, is Station 53 in Santa Fe closed. And I think you look at, and when we talked to Stu earlier in preparation for this, we're talking about these recommendations that are coming forward, right? National recommendations, NFPA, other organizations that look at this and say, what are best practices? What are we striving for? It's much easier to accomplish those times in, newer communities that are planned, and fire stations are located where they really should be. If you think about the Sacramento Valley, for example, as urban sprawl is stretched out, they've placed fire stations strategically. A lot of those neighborhoods are also gridded, like you see in the big city, and they're going to enjoy faster response times because of that. And so when you have a built environment and facilities where they're at because of legacy, the fire station's always been there, it's been there for 100 years. It seems like every fire station in the Ross Valley is built on a creek, which wasn't very forward-thinking. And no, of course not. But I think we're also challenged here by the geography. And if we were to blow all of this up and start over, and I've had this conversation with the grand jury, you would do a standards of coverage that laid across the entire county. And as we start looking at facility replacements, you'd be very strategic in that move. And I know that Central Marin Fire has just completed a study and looking at collapsing, 2 stations into a more central station for that exact reason. And so, I think that we also all have an emotional attachment to, having this there. And trust me, as somebody who's gotten up and out of bed and gone to work for the last 30 years, we don't like recommending closing fire stations. In this case, we talked about the shift of personnel. But as we look at the cost of these things, they're north of $17 million for a fire station now, today's numbers. We've got to be strategic in that. So, yeah, if you look at the valley, we would not put these stations where they're at today.
I have an additional question based on some of the questions I think our residents have had and voiced in meetings and also in correspondence. And one of them is a concern about if we close our fire station, will other stations receive priority in other communities? Several people have expressed the concern that if, for example, we had a wildfire, that the people in Fairfax would take care of Fairfax and the people in San Anselmo would take care of San Anselmo first before they took care of Ross. Or just any kind of an emergency where there was a simultaneous demand. So could you comment on that?
Yeah, as one of my slides showed, we work collaboratively as a whole fire agency here in Marin, and there are no regulations that you will stay here and protect your community, and because you have Fairfax on the side of your engine and San Anselmo stays in San Anselmo. It's an approach that if a community needs a resource, that the closest and most available resource will go to that community. So yes, we will provide service, and there are no real priorities based on your community.
Yes, Chief Weber, did you have something?
Yeah, I would just add that, we talk about those red flag days. Councilmember McMillan, we had about 30% capacity to our system, so an additional 10 engines staffed for those, and they're distributed across the county. And then with the Emergency Command Center, I mentioned that we have that command and control in there. And we are prioritizing incidents not based on whose town it is or what district it is in. It's how can we do the most with the resources we have. So as Dan mentioned, when there's a large fire in southern Marin, all of our engines move up. And we've been drawn down with 2 decent-sized fires in this county, where we're left with 2 engine companies in southern Marin, 2 engine companies in the Ross Valley, 2 in San Rafael, and 2 in Novato, and that's it. Everything else is committed to incidents. And at that point, we'll start reaching out to our neighbors in adjacent counties and bringing resources in, especially if an event is escalating. So it's dynamic, and we move resources all the time to make sure that we're collectively drawn down at about the same level during an incident.
And so when a 911 call comes in, it goes to the dispatch center, not to the station in, say, San Anselmo or Fairfax. It goes to a central dispatch center where the dispatchers are county employees, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what we mentioned earlier is in June of this year, we moved to one consolidated fire and EMS dispatch center. So every 911 call is picked up by law enforcement first, and they'll ask you if you're having a medical or fire emergency. As soon as you say that, they'll transfer you to us, and then those calls are in the queue and prioritized. I walked in there on a storm day the other day, and there was probably 30 or 40 incidents in the queue waiting for an engine to become available to respond. And as soon as a medical aid came in, everything else was deprioritized, if you will, and that medical aid was handled by the closest resource that was available.
Okay,
And
so
that's the kind of actions that are happening.
these county employees, they don't have any particular loyalty to a community. They handle dispatch countywide, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any further questions? Matt?
So Mark, appreciate all the efforts of the Wildfire Prevention Agency and really appreciated your presentation because I think it doesn't get enough attention how much work Prevention Authority is doing to clear vegetation and keep the ridges clear and evacuation routes. So really appreciate that. But one thing you said was shocking, which was that when the station closes, there will be no insurance issue, that the insurance companies will not take into account the station closing. So I want to just spend a moment on that. So we are losing an engine. So right now we have 4 in the department, and we're only going to have 3. And now you said they're not really looking at the weight of response, which is we're adding staff, which everyone's very happy about that, but we're losing 1 engine. And you're saying the insurance companies don't evaluate the number of engines that are in a department?
When it comes to evaluating the yes or no binary decision to insure a particular area for wildfire threat, they do not look at response at all.
Not response, I'm talking about the number of engines.
They do not look at the single response, they do not look at weight of response, they do not look at suppression capability at all.
Okay, so what I would encourage Wildlife Prevention Agency to do is if we start getting a bunch of cancellations of policies, I hope the Wildfire Prevention Agency might step in and start insuring people's homes. Because it's a pretty big thing to stay that it will not be affected. So what I'm saying is if it does happen, who's going to step in and start insuring these homes?
I'm not even going to honor that one with an answer.
I think that you bring up a good point, and I think this is something we should highlight, and we can't highlight enough. The insurance companies are looking at that first 5 feet around a house as more impactful than an engine company. And I think that's a better way to look at this because they're recognizing that, Ross having 1 engine for 800 parcels can only be so effective in a conflagration, right? We'd need 800 engines, especially with the size homes in Ross and the parcel sizes. So unlike structure fire insurance, which is historically looked at the insurance services organization, they do look at engine companies, those things. And one of the tasks we did in 2019 was to reach out to the ISO and ask what kind of impacts there would be with the change in the model going from 3 to 4, but keeping the same weight because they do put quite a bit of weight on that. And because we have existing mutual aid systems in the engine companies, they did not expect any change in our ISO rating at Ross Valley Fire, now your ISO rating.
And wasn't one of the factors also that no Ross home would be further than 5 miles from a fire station?
That is one of the factors. It's 5 miles from a fire station, 1,000 feet from a fire hydrant, but we did look into that.
Any further questions? Yeah, we've been, right. I know people have been waiting patiently to have their public input. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's take about a 5-minute break so people can stretch their legs, and then we'll come back and we'll hear public comment. Hey, Mark. Sorry about that last question. That wasn't a question.
No, it wasn't a question. It wasn't appropriate.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Well,
You handled it. I was going to jump in, but you handled it. Anyway, thank you very much, you guys. I know this isn't much fun for you either. I'm not enjoying myself. No, but the thing is that. Okay, folks, we need to start again. If everybody could take their seats, please.
Thank you.
Sure. Cindy, are you ready? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. That's fine. All right, folks, we need to get started again. We're back in session. If everybody could please, please take your seats and we'll resume. So, let's see, 10 minutes to 9, that was a little more than 5 minutes. So we're going to resume our session. Thank you all for your patience. So we're now going to open this up for public comment. As I mentioned earlier, Anyone who wishes to be heard can for 2 minutes. And if you do wish to address the council, I'll ask that you please come forward to the podium and use the microphone, state your name, and if you wish, also your address, so we'll know where you live, although you're not required to. So I think if I haven't mentioned this, I'll mention it now. We did receive correspondence from many people, and it is our practice, the council generally, I think, to read all of that correspondence. I know I have, including attachments. So don't feel you need to repeat anything in those attachments. But it's up to you what you want to say. However, there apparently are a number of people who would like to speak. And so out of consideration for those people who've been waiting patiently, please do be as succinct as you can. If you agree with somebody who's spoken before you, feel free to say, I agree with whatever that person said. And or refer to what you've already submitted to the council, just to remind us what you've done. So we have people waiting on Zoom, and we also have people waiting here. So if anyone is ready to address the council, please come forward and to the podium. Yeah, and if you wish, you can also, form a bit of a line so that the next speaker is already ready to go.
Good evening. I wanted to speak first. Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Ken Petrilla, and I'm a longtime Ross resident. I'm totally confused about the purpose of this meeting. There was a lot of good data, which I greatly appreciate, and I'll comment on that in a second. But you said, Mr. Mayor, at the very outset of this meeting that we were not going to revisit the decision to close the firehouse, that was a decision already made. But it would seem to me what we're talking about is just that. Should we revisit it or not? So at some point in time, you might want to respond to what that is. That's my main issue. I think that the town council made a decision 3 or 4 years ago with all the data that they had. They listened to the experts, and the town at that time came and said, what should we do? The survey said we want to close it. So if we're revisiting it, so be it, but let's decide what we're doing. For me, I will just add that I sleep better at night following the fire experts' decisions and advice and information they've provided. In all due respect to the town council, these are the experts and these are the people that I respect, and I like their information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening, dear Mayor and council members. My name is Mike Rosenbaum, and I live at 14 Madrona Avenue since 1987, not yet a longtime Ross resident. Our home is 0.4 miles from Ross Town Hall. This fact will be important later, and I was able to walk to the town council meeting in 7.5 minutes. I rise up to support a fully staffed paramedic bay at Station 18 in the town of Ross Civic Complex. I do not support the need for a fully staffed fire department and all its incumbent equipment stationed in Ross. I object to the unilateral email which I received from Councilman Salter on March 5th. Sir, the town council should speak to the community in one voice. And as the late Senator Moynihan said, everyone is entitled to his opinion, but not his own set of facts. The town of Ross uses its manager and staff to inform the council of the facts and history on the issues which the town takes action upon. Councilman Salter, as your mind was made up and your opinion broadly communicated well before the town manager wrote a report last Friday, there is nothing I can say during my public comments that will change your mind. I worry for the future when the single council member might use his or her position and email the citizens of Ross to argue against a future parcel tax, home remodel, or any other upcoming issue that they take issue with. So for the other 4 council members, I offer the following comments for your consideration. According to Cityscape, November 19th, page 23, or page 2023, page 3, executive summary, the overall longer than desired first due travel times are not the result of the lack of fire stations. They are the result of the non-grid street network design, simultaneous instances, and a peak hours of day and traffic congestion. San Anselmo Station 19 is 0.6 miles from town line. Canfield Fire is 0.3 from Ross Town Line. My house is 0.4 from Ross Valley Fire District or Fire Department Station 18. Marin now has a single, am I done at 2 minutes?
I'm sorry, you're 2 minutes. Please just close if you would, and then.
All right,
we'll go on to the next
let's
speaker.
try the closing then. Wow.
Quickly, please.
I will do this as quickly as I can.
Thank you.
Funding. In 2021, a new Ross Fire Station was projected to cost in excess of $14 million to build. In a 2021 online survey, only 35% would support an additional bond payment. 5 years later, how is the council going to convince some 30% of Ross residents to change their opinion? In 2021, only $350,000 was secured in pledges.
Appreciate all your comments and all the
Okay.
work you put into this. I'm sorry, we are having to limit this to 2 minutes just because we have so many people, but thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Sure. You're welcome.
Council members, my name is Ed Dong. I'm a 26-year resident of Ross. I have spoke on this issue with the fire station closure 4 years ago, and I've sent you a letter this morning about the same matter. I think my point is that I believe council made a wrong decision based on a consultant's report that overinflated the price that swayed the direction of a fire department and fire station savior. I just met with the San Anselmo Station 20 development team, confirming that they're redeveloping their fire station at $800 a square foot. I met with the contractor, $800 a square foot. In a similar situation, I think if we look at smart design, we could rebuild our station at $900 a square foot, which is the budget I put forth to the council 4 years ago. Yet the council voted to decide with the consultant at $1,600 a square foot and determined that the station was infeasible to rebuild. I'm just saying, I think there's a smart way to do this, and I think it's worth a relook rather than losing our fire station. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
My name is Jonathan Pickett. I grew up here in Ross. In fact, I know Rescue 40 very well. Actually, Chris Dybel was my EMT instructor when I was on the search rescue team. I went on to Boulder, and I can say, on our rescue team as a dive rescue specialist, I can say we are leaps and bounds ahead of anywhere else in this country with our EMS system. We have two of the best paramedics responding right off the bat, and another one being added to the truck company. Most places have one paramedic and one EMT. In Boulder, we would sometimes wait 30 to 45 minutes on an emergent call for an ambulance. Sometimes they just drop the EMT off and keep going. The saturation is not there. A quick response vehicle could easily handle those calls that are high volume, frequent flyers. Essentially moving the ambulance, even the ambulance and the fire truck, just to the two stations slightly down the road is going to have no effect on response time. There's so many other factors that go into it. How easy is your house to get into? If it's a building like my office, what floor is the person on? Those add significant amount of time to any response. And I will tell you that the data from Comm Center is not very reliable. The sheriff's office did not basically collect the data for the fire department. They were kind of their secondary thought. Now with this new operations center, they'll be able to get much more data that's clear. They'll be able to respond a lot clearer because they have actual fire officers in the command center making real live decisions with actual intel. I just want to basically support what we have as an amazing EMS system. I want everyone to really, really understand we are leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Robert Rothman. I've lived here in Ross for over 34 years. I don't think the decision of the town council in 2021 reflects the will of the people. I think this issue is primarily an issue of money. And I believe the people of Ross would support to keep our fire department and keep our engine, et cetera. I believe that this decision should be put to the people. I think the data that the town council relied on is erroneous, as Mr. Dong said, and I think this needs to be put before the people. I also believe that the Ross Town Council is not fought for the Ross people in its payment of the allocation since 2012 with the consortium, and is overpaying significantly and using Ross money for other towns. Thank you.
Yes, please. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Bruce Selfridge. I was a fire captain here for 37 years. I grew up in town. My father was on the council. A lot of what I was going to say has been said already. One of my big deals is floods. When we do have major floods, which we had the two largest floods we've had in the last 50 years I was on, engines from San Selmo wouldn't have been able to get into Ross. Engines from Kentfield would not have been able to get into Ross. We used our four-wheel drive pickup truck to do a lot of calls here in town. We took the police with us because they don't have vehicles and can go through deep water. So the floods are an important thing. The building, you know, the town has chosen not to keep that building up over the years. It's deferred the maintenance for decades. You know, for 40 years ago, I was trying to get reports on, you know, what we could do to preserve the building, and they just were taken out of our budget. As far as medicals, a couple of points. Chief Weber says 71% of the time our paramedic rig is available to us here in town, but it may not be here in town when it is available to us. It may be responding from the hospital. It may be training in San Selmo or Sleepy Hollow or shopping at Red Hill. So that 71% is not the time that it's here in quarters available to the town. And the medical aids that are important are seconds count, not just minutes. And having the engine that much closer would really pay off. And we're talking about, well, now 19 will become a three-man engine. When I retired, Ross had a three-man engine. Then we went down to two-man when we went to Ross Valley.
Right.
So, I mean,
Thank you.
And
If you could just
Chief
wrap up,
Mahoney
sir.
was, one more point.
Yeah.
Chief Mahoney is saying all these resources that are available for Red Flag Days. When we have a red flag here in the county, so is the entire state. And there's times when there's huge amounts of resources taken out of this county or air resources that aren't available to this county. So, thank you.
Thanks very much. Next, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Council. I'm Adrienne Liggett at 10 Madrona. I'm deeply concerned about fire safety, increasing fire risks, and challenges with obtaining home insurance in our area. When we moved here 6 years ago, securing home insurance was already a struggle. The proximity of our home to the fire station was one of the key factors that allowed us to obtain reasonable coverage. Now I'm hearing from neighbors who are being dropped by their insurers, further highlighting the growing risk. I understand that the decision to close the fire station was made 4 years ago during the height of COVID-19, a time when there was minimal opportunity for public discussion or input. At that time, residents were assured that this decision would not compromise safety. Since then, fire dangers have increased and are only going to get worse, as demonstrated by the recent devastating fires in nearby areas like Los Angeles. Another critical change that has heightened these concerns is the housing element. The Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority has made it clear that defensible space is critical. In fact, no flammable material should be within 5 feet of a structure. However, ADUs are now being permitted as close as 4 feet from property boundaries, negating defensible space and necessitating combustible trees as privacy screening. With 80 new ADUs planned just in Ross, this increase in housing density is inherently reducing safety in an area already at high fire risk. The loss of a fire station in our town means we'll be vying for limited resources with neighboring towns that are also increasing in population and density. Hayden Kirkpatrick, the ex-vice president of innovation and venture capital at State Farm, shared an unfavorable opinion of Marin's fire risk in a now viral video. In the video, he says, like in Marin County in Northern California and some other fringe areas like the Palisades, there should never be houses built in the first place where people want to build in areas that have these natural areas around them for their egos. Well, this point was admonished by State Farm. They're already pulling out of Ross, and this viewpoint is likely top of mind for other
Thank you.
insurers.
Sorry, 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Next person, please.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Town Council. I submitted a letter, so I've already said my piece, but Jenny Biggs, I live on Fern Hill. I just wanted to add a few points. Also say thank you to our guest speakers, Chief Mahoney, Chief Weber, and Executive Officer Brown. And I also just wanted to say thank you to everybody in the town who was here with the overflowing capacity and whoever's online for the interest in this topic. In my view, fire is a really important topic for the town. And we know that extreme wildfire events are more than doubling over the last 20 years globally. We also know that the average peak daily growth rate of fires here in the West has more than doubled in the last 20 years. So these events are increasing in incidence and severity and in speed. And that speed is what happened in LA, and we know that it's what causes the vast majority of the destruction and the loss. That all means that it's a really good thing that everyone in this room is thinking about fire. And it also means that it's a really good thing that Ross Valley Fire and Marin County Fire and Marin Wildfire have our backs, and we should have theirs too. As Ken said earlier, they are the experts in this room. And we need to help them, help us see our way through this wildfire challenge. It's something that we know that we can do. If we are all in agreement, and this is part of the conversation that we're having tonight, and it's about wildfire resilience, there's no mystery in how to do that. It's exactly what you heard from them. And I'm happy to talk more, as I said in my letter, one-on-one to anyone who wants to follow up on this afterwards. This is what I do for my day job. I'm also really happy to connect you with any of the grantees that we have in our portfolio who are experts too. And I'll say that they're going to affirm and reaffirm what you heard from these people tonight. So it's not going to be mysterious at all. I also just want to say one more thank you to everybody who's been here. And if we really want a more wildfire resilient future, let's work together on the things that we know need to happen, and let's focus on that. And I hope we can shift this energy, harness this momentum, and move that way in future discussions. So thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank
It's more
you.
than 2 minutes.
Yes, next speaker, please.
Singh Berg, thank you. Council, distinguished speakers. You know, we've been here for 40 plus years. We have constructed post office, we have constructed the school, we have passed bonds for public works, fire, whole bunch of bonds. The town has come through when we needed to. I honestly do not believe I knew all the facts that were presented 4 or 5 years ago when we made the decision to move the fire station. I just can't, I'm not comfortable in picturing fire station, fire truck leaving San Anselmo, getting stuck at the hub. I'm hearing the siren and it's just still there, and 5 minutes later it's slowly moving. You can't move those cars away. It's a very odd place where it is, going by that grocery store and all. It's going to be a long wait. I think if people are presented with the facts the way they were when we decided to vote for other bonds, for school, fire, all that this would not have been 35 or 55, I keep hearing, it would have been over 60. And with a little more push, Elizabeth is an expert in convincing people that something makes sense. So are others. I think we can get, I really believe we can get 2/3. I think we should have our fire station open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else who's present here wish to address us? It looks like we do have a few more. Yes, Diane?
Oh, I'm
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. Okay. Hi, my name's Diane Rudd, and I live at 39 Willow, and I'm not standing out there anymore waving at people, but I can go back to my job of slowing people down. What I came away with tonight is the fact that only 4% of us are taking care of our own property. How can we expect these men, these women, these people to take care of us if we're not willing to put in the time, energy, and everything else to take care of our own property? So, and I have consistently been working every year on doing one more thing, but it's the 5 feet that I'm going to do this year. So when you guys drive by my house and it looks different, that's why. But this is what I came away with. And thank everybody. And thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, Chris Kelly. I live at 85 Glenwood, and I've been here for 42 years. And I sent you all a letter, so I don't want to have, I'm not going to say much because you read it. But I would really love to see 3 of you work with Krista and work on those 5 options to save our firehouse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Stephanie Lamar. I live at 11 Woodside Way for the last 25 years. Thank you all for all your work, and to the fire department. I work with them all the time because I'm in real estate and we do resale inspections and try to get everything safe before we sell homes. I wonder, on that same note, if there's been any thought to adjusting the regulations over tree trimming and tree cutting and tree removal in the town to preserve the beauty of our town, but also be safe from fires. Especially, I live under falling redwood branches, so I think about it all the time. That's all I'll say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have public comment? All right, well then we will turn to those who are waiting on Zoom. Thanks again, everybody, for coming down here tonight. Really appreciate your input. Zoom.
Laura Conroe.
Hi, I'm Laura Conroe. I came before you 4 years ago. I come before you today to ask you to undo the mistakes made 4 years ago of closing the fire station and not rebuilding. That was a mistake, and we want town council to undo your decision. You can do that. You can undo that decision. Ross residents want our own fire station built and staffed with our own firemen. I and a group of other citizens showed 4 years ago that town council relied on grossly overpriced estimates that were overpriced by double. And that was the information that was conveyed to residents in their flawed survey, and that was used to make the decision to close the fire station. The data and information we presented 4 years ago is still true today regarding building costs and the criticality of the 2-minute fire response times. Nothing's changed other than there's more data today to show that we were right. San Anselmo is building a fire cod station that is at the proper price per square foot. You've heard town resident Ed Dong and Bob Herbst, who are in the commercial construction business. They know cost numbers. Ed and Bob's opinions were corroborated by Alton Construction, the very construction company who today is building the new College or Marin building on College Avenue. The town should engage Ross residents and utilize their expertise, use the expertise of our own residents to get this project done. We are not Ross Valley, we are Ross. We have the money to do this. We don't want to be the stepchild of Ross Valley. It is understandable Ross Valley wants us to stay in because they would like our money. But we Ross citizens want our own fire station. Town council, you're here to protect Ross residents. The best way to protect Ross residents is for Ross to be autonomous and to have their own fire station. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please, Cindy.
Kathleen Hortcorn. Kathleen, are you getting my message to unmute? All right, we'll go on. She should just be able to unmute. You can't unmute her? Mm-mm. I'm asking her to unmute, and she's.
Come back on the queue, maybe go to the next person and she'll come back.
Okay. Michael McWilliams?
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council members. My name is Michael McWilliams, and I live on Woodhaven Road. My wife and I sent a letter to the council today regarding this issue, but I also wanted to take this opportunity to voice our opinions this evening to the community. Our 4-year-old has had a medical emergency that has required transport to a hospital twice in the past year, and both times the medical responders from Station 18 have been the first responders and provided exceptional service to our community. I want to thank them for the exemplary service they provide to the town of Ross. Based on the information that we were provided tonight, Ross contributed $2.8 million to the Ross Valley Fire Department in the 2024-2025 budget, which is 19% of the entire budget for the Ross Valley Fire Department. However, we also heard tonight that in 2023, Ross accounted for 2% of the ambulance response in Ross Valley. Based on the presentation tonight, the money Ross residents are providing to Ross Valley Fire Department is subsidizing $6 million of station renovations in San Anselmo and in Fairfax to accommodate our emergency responders moving to those stations, while there is no available funding from the Ross Valley Fire Department to support the renovations required at the Ross Station 18. The $2.8 million we are contributing in 2024-2025 to the Ross Valley Fire Department are not being used to serve the Ross residents who are disproportionately paying for the service we are receiving. We believe that the City Council made an incorrect decision in 2021 based on insufficient and incorrect data that does not represent the interests of the Ross residents, and it is time to reevaluate our options. I strongly recommend that the City Council vote tonight to authorize funds for the town manager to explore the other 5 options discussed this evening, which may provide a higher level of service for our residents for the disproportionately high amount of funding we are providing for fire service relative to our usage of services.
Thank you very much.
At a minimum, I suggest that this be.
Thank you, sir. Your 2 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Sally?
Hi, this is actually Sally's husband, Bob Herbst. We're residents at 7 Laurel Grove, right across the street from the fire station. As Laura Conroe mentioned, she and I and Bill Dong were part of the Ross Citizens for Responsible Redevelopment of our fire station back in 21. A decision, unfortunately, that the council went against. What I've come away from listening to everyone tonight is we have an incredible response time at our local fire station. We have a 7.55 second response time right now by having our fire engine here. We're going to go to 9.5, 10 seconds. Why do that? San Anselmo is renovating their fire station. Fairfax is renovating their fire station. They're doing that at $800 a square foot. If we do that, we'll be able to renovate our fire station probably within the $10 million that the town has already saved for the purpose of the Civic Center renovation project. We have an apparatus bay that was built in 1995 that is perfectly usable. All we need to do is rebuild living quarters, administration, offices, police department. We can do that probably inside the 10 million. We need to really go back and say, why are we getting rid of this great facility that we have in this fire engine that can service our town and letting it go away to the other towns, and having not our own voice and our own decision to make while spending $2.9 million, which is actually 23% of the overall RFVD budget. Meanwhile, having only 9% of the population and the incidents. So I'm all for staying with RFVD, that's fine, but let's rebuild our firehouse. We can do it at a decent budget, and Ross residents will support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Kathleen, did you want to give it another try?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, this is Katie Hertkorn. We live at 181 Lagunitas Road. I spent 6 years on town council, and on those 6 years, I was chair of the finance committee, as well as being one of the representatives to the Ross Valley Fire Department. So I learned a lot, and I can see the tremendous updates that have happened since that time. But I don't know if everyone understood this, but when you have 2 people on an engine, which is what Ross Valley Fire Department has had until now, you have to send 2 engines to an incident. If you have 3 people on the engine, you only need to send the 1 engine. So that's different, of course, when you need an ambulance, et cetera. But that means that you have more resources with the 3 engines with 3 people than 4 engines with 2 people apiece. I do think whatever the town decides, that you can't fund this from property taxes. There's not enough revenue in the town to do that. We are limited by, obviously, the propositions in the state and as to what we can bring in. And the reason that we've been able to collect more money, of course, is if people buy and sell houses, the value goes up and our taxes go up, or the tax revenue goes up. So that means that we would have to do a bond in order to build a fire station. I don't know that it's possible to do that for 10 million. I know that one of the chiefs said it was 17 million right now. I believe that that is because of the laws in California that govern how a fire station is built and all of the redundancies that you have to have. So building a station is very different than remodeling a station and the amount of money that you would need to do that. Obviously, you'd need an expert to tell you that, but if that would be a capital cost, you could raise that through a municipal bond. But if the fire station was truly 14 million
Katie,
back then.
Thank you.
2-minute limit is up, but thank you so much for joining us.
Don Aarons? Can you unmute, Don? Go ahead.
Can we go to the next person and then circle back? That's the last person?
That's the last person, yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, if he's not able to connect,
Don, you're unmuted. Can you check your microphone? Let me try one other thing.
okay.
No. He won't
Nothing?
come through, no.
All right, and is there anyone else present here now who's just joined us? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Charles Goodman, 20 Sylvan Lane, Ross, 50-year resident. I came here and I just wanted to hear what all the different comments were, and I read the staff report. I just wonder if there's a way that the council would authorize a private funding to relook at this issue and bring it back to the council in, say, 60 days. and maybe you put a council member, and I would go to get a couple of community members, and we would personally fund whatever that cost of that study was, and try to get that back to you by June, just so that you'd have something to review. So I put that offer out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone online, Cindy? Has the gentleman been able to connect?
There's no one else online. Don Aarons is unmuted, but his mic is not working.
All right. All right, well, then, if there's no one else present then who has a public comment, I'll close public comment and bring the matter back to the council for discussion. Councilmember McMillan? Yes. Yes, if you wish, yeah.
So I really want to thank the three of you for being here tonight. You know, you have real important, stressful jobs, and to spend your whole night here means a lot to us. So thank you. And I also want to thank the public for being here and everyone who's on Zoom and caring so much about our town. We're all here because we care about our town. And, you know, people might be divided. They might view things in a different way, but we all fundamentally care about our town. So our role tonight is to follow the council's stated goals, and most of them up here are relevant to what we're doing. Number 1, number 2, number 4, and number 6. It's important to note that assessing the town's facilities was included as a near-term action item in the town's general plan, which was adopted 18 years ago in 2007, and near-term meant in 3 years. And 2007 was 2 years after our Ross firefighters started sleeping in a trailer in 2005. Since 2012, the staff and council, along with Ross Valley Fire and Ross Valley Paramedic staff and boards, have worked together and considered issues regarding the fire station, paramedics, and emergency services to Ross at least 22 times, as listed on the staff report. 22 times, and I try to read them all. That's why I'm wearing these glasses. We have been thorough, careful, and prudent, all while involving the public at every step and following the guidance of the experts. And we were told in 2019 by the Citygate consultant that we need to balance the level of services we can afford with the desired outcome. We need to find that sweet spot. I also wanted to briefly mention that since 2017, when I joined the council, taking Katie Herkhorn's place, and the wildfires in the North Bay were literally still smoldering, my primary focus has been on fire and wildfire. Initially, I became a member of the county's Disaster Preparedness Committee, and in 2019 and 2020, I campaigned vigorously to form Marin Wildfire. After it passed in March 2020, the week before COVID, I have been the town's liaison on Marin Wildfire's board and on its executive committee, and last year was president of its 17-member board. Also during this time, I worked with my Ross and San Anselmo neighbors to form a Firewise neighborhood to address wildfire prevention and preparation, and I'm still on the board working hard to address that. I'm also a UC Marin Master Gardener on the Fire Smart landscaping team. So for the last 8 years, I've been focused on fire, wildfire prevention, and preparedness, and I have come to realize that these issues are far more complex and nuanced than at first glance, and that our small, nearly 100-year-old fire station with 2 firefighters is now obsolete, a remnant of our volunteer fire department, especially given that the paramedic facility will remain in Ross, along with the close-by Kentfield and San Anselmo fire stations. My experience has also allowed me to work with many public safety officials who put their lives on the line every day for us. They are the experts, they are honorable, trustworthy, and dedicated public servants, and we need to trust them. In the last few weeks, I have had a couple residents whom I greatly respect tell me, this fire station issue has been handled very badly. What is going on?
This issue has become unnecessarily charged and emotional, heightened by the recent fires in LA, and then even more so by various broadly circulated statements and materials to the community by two of my fellow council members. For example, we have never had a council member distribute a newsletter full of falsehoods before an item is heard on our agenda. We have never had form letters distributed with language for residents to send us, threatening, quote, "I will work to remove any council members who vote to close the fire station or cut back on emergency services," close quote. And I got an even worse letter last night. We have never had a council member hijack an RPOA agenda to preview their views based on their Omer and voice piece with numerous inaccuracies. I have been extremely disappointed by this and other inappropriate and dangerous behavior that has served only to confuse our residents, undermine our public officials, and incite fear. This behavior violates our council procedures manual that all town council members shall maintain the highest standards of personal integrity, truthfulness, honesty, and fairness in discharging their public duties. These unprecedented campaigns have not served the town, our public officials, or the council well, and they must stop. I think there was a great review of the history of our process to evaluate whether to keep Station 18 open or not. I did want to mention that we paused our decision for months in order to explore public fundraising. And none of us on the council at that time, or probably today, wanted to close the fire station, and we tried very, very hard to raise public funds. We had $350,000 raised in pledges. And at that time, the fire station was estimated to cost around $14 million. Chief Weber has said it's probably going to cost today $17 million. By the time we finish, after all this delay and process and discussion, this thing is probably not even going to break ground, Krista, until 2027, best case scenario. So we need to inflate it. And who knows what the costs are going to be given the tariff wars that are happening. So I also wanted to respond to the comment about the cost estimates that we considered, that the cost estimates were inflated. In 2020 and 2021, we considered professional, reasonable, and prudent cost estimates. Building a new fire station is not comparable to building a commercial building or remodeling parts of a fire station, as some claimed then and are continuing to reassert now. The deplorable condition of the Ross Fire Station means that a remodel is not possible, as it would cost more than new construction. Remember that our fire station was built in 1927. I won't go through all the problems, but to build a new fire station today, you have to comply with the 1986 Essential Services Act. You have to have lots of seismic design, new mechanical systems, plumbing. Oh, and other things like pests and organisms, termites, rodents, fungus, wood-eating beetles, and other organisms have affected various areas of the site and structure. And just as importantly as the structure itself, there are many significant physical site constraints and building footprint issues that make remodeling imprudent. We would not want to be forced to keep an inefficient layout for decades to come by remodeling our station. And there's also a known flood risk. The existing apparatus bays in the back of the site were flooded during the 2005 flood, compromising the use of the entire station as a public safety building, which must operate under emergency conditions for 72 hours following an emergency event. So although those bays are relatively new compared to the rest of the structure, they need to be raised at least 1 foot above the floodplain. And were you to design a new system today, you would not put the bays in the back. You would put the bays as close to Sir Francis Drake as possible. I'll hurry up. The competing cost estimates submitted by Mr. Dong in 2020 did not consider the much more stringent ESA requirements and many other items. And I'm not going to go through the discussion that Mary McGrath gave in March of 2021 during our council meeting. But the costs are much more expensive than rebuilding a commercial building, unfortunately. Also, I wanted to just point out that Station 20, the remodel in San Anselmo, is not a new station. It's a minor remodel. It's replacement of living quarters, replacement of an attached shed with a new 155 square foot decontamination area, construction of an accessible parking space and path from Butterfield Road to the front door, and deferred maintenance improvements like re-roofing and windows. The project does not reconfigure the layout, reconfigure the circulation, rebuild the core of the station, the engine bays, raise the bays above the floodplain, or underground the utilities. It does not require temporary housing. It did not require a CEQA review. It does not come close to an apples-to-apples comparison to what would be needed for a Ross Fire Station. I think someone pointed out to me that you all made this decision in 2021, and it's really bad practice to revisit and even unwind prior decisions, and doing so would establish terrible precedent. 4 years have gone by. Ross Valley Fire and its members have been relying on our decisions, and Ross has been continuously participating on that board with 2 of our council members and involved in the preparations to close our station and put 3 firefighters on an engine. We are continuing productive negotiations with the Ross Valley Fire Board to ensure its long-term presence in Ross. By continuing to revisit this issue and delay, we are further jeopardizing Ross's reputation as a reliable member of the Ross Valley Fire Board and the Ross Valley Paramedic Board. During 2022-23, the town spent more than a year and $150,000 to develop a facilities master plan that does not include a fire station. And our recently certified housing element in June of 2024 was based on our 2021 decision to close the fire station and uses the newly available property to support the mandated 9 low-income housing units. If we cannot use that property, we will need to find another location for these units, probably at the Ross Post Office. And our most important priority should be to remedy how we've been treating our firefighters, paramedics, police officers, and other town employees. They have been housed in subpar, deplorable facilities. This is not showing them the respect they deserve. It damages the town's recruiting and retention and does not reflect our values. A former council member told me that in 1980, his council had discussions on how to address the firefighters' sleeping quarters 45 years ago. We can no longer delay rectifying these deplorable facilities. I just want to address one more thing, and I'm sorry I'm taking so long. The comment that we're being overcharged by the Ross Valley Fire Department is not true. The costs we pay to Ross Valley Fire, they were determined in 2012, and cost allocations are historically more complicated than what has been oversimplified to our residents. After a year of negotiations, the Ross Town Council agreed to pay 23.7% of the cost to join Ross Valley Fire in 2012. This was based on Ross having 25% of the facilities and 25% of the firefighters, and included a slight reduction for an administrative fee. This move in 2012 was budget neutral for Ross. We were going to pay the same amount to Ross Valley Fire that we had been paying to fund our own separate fire station and department. The move also generated savings for Ross because we did not have to hire a new fire chief, and it was projected to save us money through reduced overhead costs, overtime, and elimination of Social Security contributions. And it would reduce duplication of effort and provide advancement opportunities for Ross Fire personnel and improve response. People don't realize that the Ross Valley Fire Department JPA requires unanimous consent of all 4 of its members to modify the cost allocation arrangement. This provision was agreed to by prior Ross Council members when Ross joined in 2012. Under the JPA, each jurisdiction is responsible for the cost to maintain their fire station. Obviously, since 2012, Ross has spent very little to maintain our station. Other members of the JPA have spent and are currently spending money to upgrade their facilities to accommodate our firefighters. San Anselmo is spending $4.5 million. Fairfax is spending $1.5 million. Ross and other JPA members have agreed that going forward, Ross will only need to contribute 27% of the maintenance costs for Station 19. Ross will not have to rebuild its fire station, saving more than $20 million. And Ross will avoid all future maintenance costs for a separate facility. It will only need to rebuild a paramedic facility at an estimated cost of about $2 million. So this is a great deal for our community. Let me just try to wrap it up. One other thing that I've heard is Ross will lose its identity or property values without a fire station. This is not true. Belvedere, a town with similar demographics, has not had a fire station or an ambulance since 1982. This did not decrease Belvedere's property values or make it lose its identity. And I just want to thank you, the three of you, for mentioning all the improved conditions that you all have been working on since 2021 when we made this decision to enhance safety for our residents and the entire county. So thank you. I'm done.
So the question is, where do we go, if anywhere, from here? And first, I'm delighted that we're close to finishing a lease to keep the ambulance here, because I think that was always at the basis even of this decision to close the station, the fire station. I think, though, that there are some members of the community who would like to consider, is it even possible to keep an engine here? And I think if that's a widespread community sentiment, then I think it's reasonable to look into it and see. I think we should take up former Mayor Charlie Goodman's suggestion that he and a group of people spend the next 2 months looking to see, is there even a way forward to keep an engine here? There may not be, but if there is an interest, I think it's reasonable to take a look to see, could that be funded? If not, fine, we have, we have fire coverage, we have the ambulance, but I think that there's no downside to spending the next 60 days, as he suggested, with some community volunteers who are interested to see if it's even feasible to keep an engine. So that's what I would suggest we do as an outcome of tonight.
So I think there's a lot of people here tonight and a lot of people on Zoom, and we received a lot of letters. If the decision was as clear-cut as Councilmember McMillan made it, then we wouldn't have this just lively discussion right now. And coming here with fresh eyes, being new to the council, I was shocked when I received the 2024 November report from RVPA Ambulance. To see that the response times were 13 minutes was frightening to me, because I was assuming that, oh, the ambulance is right there, it's going to be able to pick up the slack if we close our fire station. I was completely comfortable with what the council was trying to do, because I assumed that the ambulance would be there. And the reality is the ambulance is not there. I think common sense is really what this council needs to really look at, which is the people here in this community want to have a fire station. They chose to live in Ross because they want good schools. We have our own police force, and we have good fire protection. It's the quality of life that brings people to this community. And I think it's foolish to think that getting rid of the fire station is somehow a good thing. I think it's just not even that hard it's not even that hard of a decision. I think listening to our fire officials, they said, look, it was a somber day when we decided to close the station. Nobody wants to close a station. They close stations in Oakland because they don't have the money to do it. They don't I asked them, where else are we closing stations in Marin County? Nowhere. Why is Sleepy Hollow, which is a very similar size to Ross, they're choosing to remodel their station and keep it open? And I think we owe our residents more explanation of why we should accept this when I think we all know we can afford it. Everyone I've talked to said, I'm willing to donate to an endowment to support this. I'm willing to pay more taxes. I want to keep my fire station open because fire protection's important to me. And if that's what the people want, our job is to deliver for them. And it's clearly not been the case. I think one very important part to bring up is that the agreement in 2012 is not fair. And we have been basically subsidizing the department to the tune of $1.6 million versus, Sleepy Hollow, same size population, pays 1.5 million to the JPA. We're paying 2.7. And somehow that's trying to be sold as a fair deal. A fair deal would be all of us splitting the costs equally and each of us paying 25%. Outside of that, it would be like, hey, population usage, the amount of money that we have been subsidizing this agency, I calculated $16 million that could have been used to actually rebuild this fire station if we had a proper agreement with our partners. This is not a proper arrangement. This is not how you treat partners. Those of us that are in business and work with our partners, you try to be fair with your partners. You try to have a fair shake. The town of Ross has not had a fair shake for 13 years. And there's been council to council that's just allowed this to happen. And this is part of the reason the station's in disrepair. And it's part of the reason we can't afford to build one right now, supposedly. When you talk to construction people, they're like, these estimates you got were bogus. Sure, if you're gonna build it from scratch, but that's not what San Anselmo's doing. They're right over a creek. They're demolishing, it's not a small remodel, they're demolishing the entire living quarters, rebuilding them and raising them above the creek bed. Their apparatus bay, they're not getting rid of that, just like we don't need to. It was built in 1995. But someone somewhere said in some report, you got to demolish everything and you got to start over. Instead of saying Ross residents want to keep their station, how do we solve that problem? We immediately go to, we got to demolish it and we can't afford it. Instead of trying to solve the problem, what we do here is say we can't. We can't do this, we can't do that. No, we can't, we don't want to upset our fire partners. We don't want to do this, we don't want to do that. And you quickly back yourself into a corner where you say we can't do anything. But that's what this council's about, is actually doing and delivering for our residents what they want. And they want fire protection. They want a fire station. That is what we heard. That is all the letters we received. I don't know if you surveyed them, do you want a station or not? Don't even look at the cost. They are going to say, yes, we want fire. Why wouldn't we? We live in a community of abundance. We should use that abundance to provide the services that they want, which is their fire station. The last thing I would say is that the response times matter. And we have a response times, our station is underutilized. I'm not going to deny that. I don't think the firemen in Station 18 are running around really busy every day. But when an emergency happens, they get there quickly. And it's 8 minutes, 7:55, like great time, really good service. Everybody in this community appreciates it. There is just no, and Chief Weber corroborated this, we're moving to 10 minutes to 13 minutes. Now he said, okay, but that's how San Rafael is, that's how these other communities are. Like, that's just sort of the standard. And what I'm saying is, why accept that if we don't have to? If we can keep our 7:55, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we want to provide life-saving care to somebody in cardiac arrest if we could? And the reality is we can. And I think what I'm asking this council to do is get to a place of, yes, let's find a way. Let's find a way to do this, because I know we can do it. People want the station, they're willing to pay for it. If we remodel instead of rebuild, we can do this. Don't let these, let's say, shackles of the past hold you down, because coming to this new, it's very obvious we can do this. If San Anselmo can do it, we can do it. I believe there's a way. We just have to be willing to, again, just open our eyes and try to do what the will of the people is, which is to rebuild our fire station. Thank you.
What about what I proposed? Is that something you support?
Yeah, let me just make a few comments, Elizabeth, and then we can come back and talk about proposals, but I think right now we're just expressing some of our views. I'd like to weigh in on a couple of things that have been said, because it's not my understanding of what's happened. So let's go back to 1982. In 1982, Belvedere closed its fire station and entered into a contract with Tiburon to provide the fire services. Tiburon, 0.6 miles away, same distance as Kentfield is from downtown Ross. In 1982, Fairfax and San Anselmo got together and formed something called Ross Valley Fire Services that later became the Ross Valley Fire Department or the Ross Valley Fire Authority. That was in 1982. Now, Ross managed to keep its own fire station, did not close it, and managed to hold on to its fire station until about 2012, when it merged with the Ross Valley Fire Department. What triggered that? What triggered that was everybody was merging. This was the trend. Larkspur was looking for somebody to merge with. Well, I won't go through all of it, but Southern Maroon was coming together and forming their group and so forth. And Ross sort of saw the handwriting on the wall, that first of all, it was a small department, it was having trouble affording fire services. Also, it couldn't provide that many fire services. For a while, it didn't even have a chief. And it didn't have a battalion chief. It had to contract for services with the Ross Valley Fire Department. And its chief was going to retire in 2012, Tom Pillay. So the council at that point started looking for alternatives, something we're going to talk about tonight, actually, alternatives. What were the alternatives? Could they go to Larkspur? Could they go to Kentfield? Could they go to the county? I mean, what were the options? And it turned out the only option they really thought was, there were only two options to pursue. One was the Ross Valley Fire Department, and the other was Kentfield. Now, Kentfield is a fire protection district, and it was not merging with anybody, and I'm not sure it ever will. Why is that? Because it's a fire protection district. Ross is a city. We get property taxes. We have to provide all these services. Kentfield gets property taxes, and they have only one thing to do, run a firehouse. So they have about $7.5 million today in revenue. The entire Ross Valley Fire Department, about $14 million. The Ross Valley Fire Department serves 25,000 people. Kentfield, 7,500 people. I mean, do the math. Obviously, they have much more money to work with, to deal with. So Ross went to Kentfield and they said, how about if we close our firehouse, if you take over providing fire services, what would it cost us? And so there was a response. I found out about this just by reading the minutes of the meeting where this was reported. The proposal was that Ross would be annexed into the Kentfield Fire Protection District. And that means that it would lose control over its fire department completely, and Kentfield would thereupon be its fire department, an independent district with its own board of directors that are elected separately. And Ross would have to commit a portion of what it was already getting as property taxes. About 50% would go to Kentfield and no longer be available to Ross. And this would all end up costing, according to the minutes, about $96,000 a year more than Ross was already paying. So it went to the Ross Valley Fire Department. Actually, these discussions were going on at the same time. Could they get a better deal from the Ross Valley Fire Department? Now, I know there's a lot of talk about we only have 9% of the population and we're paying 23% of the cost. How did that happen? Well, look, I mean, a JPA is a contract. Nobody has to enter into a contract. For there to be a contract, there has to be something in it for everybody. Maybe one party has more leverage than the other, but in this case, Ross didn't. But let's say they did. There still has to be something in it for everybody. And so let's just look at what the situation was. Ross had a fire station, and they wanted that fire station to go be merged into the Ross Valley Fire Department. Now there would be 4 fire stations. The main cost of running a fire department is the firefighters, the labor, the stations. Yes, there's a chief level, there's kind of a management level, the fire chief, deputy chief, battalion chiefs, fire marshal, and so forth. But the major cost is the firefighters, all their benefits, because they're in a dangerous profession. They are well protected. It's expensive. So Ross was coming into this new entity with an increase in 25% in their expenses. That's all. I mean, the cost of the firefighters would have increased by 25%. Yes, there would have been some savings at the chief level and all that. And so they ended up paying 23.37%, a little less than 25%, because they did get some credit for having a smaller population and fewer structures and so forth. But that was at the chief level. That's a shared service. Otherwise, that extra 25% was just added on to the budget. And sure, I mean, the other entities could have subsidized Ross, but why would they? I mean, let's look at what subsidizing Ross would look like. Let's say each fire station costs $1 million for the firefighters. I'm just, I'm picking a number. I don't know if it was $1 million in 2012 or not. Firefighters' salaries, maintenance, et cetera, $1 million. So the cost of the Ross Valley Fire Department is $3 million with 3 stations. You add one more, and the cost is $4 million. So the cost goes up from $3 million to $4 million. Now, if Ross said, look, we only have 10% of the population, so you, the other members, should pay the rest of it. We'll pay 10%. We'll, instead of paying $1 million, only pay $400,000. And you guys will pick up the other $600,000. I mean, why would anybody want to do that? They're not there to subsidize us. We would feel the same way if we were in that position. If we'd gotten there earlier, would we have gotten a better deal? Sure. You go into an IPO and you're at the beginning, you're going to make more money. Of course, you could lose your money too, but you're going to make more money. But if you come in later, you buy the stock for whatever it is. That's the position that Ross was in. It couldn't go to Kentfield. It didn't get anywhere with Larkspur. The county wasn't really a possibility. Kentfield was the only game in town, and they weren't going to give up their property tax revenue. So yes, they could have stayed independent. They could have gone it alone, but they took the best deal they got. That's all. Now, I know it seems unfair. I mean, intuitively it does. But look at Atherton. They have 9% of the population of the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. What percentage do you think they pay? 31%. And they're not happy about it. But that's the deal they made. I mean, really, we'd probably be better off if we merged all these fire stations so we could equalize everything. But we just came into that existing situation. And so, yes, we do pay a lot. There's no question about it. The problem is, it was a negotiated deal. And I don't criticize the council for doing that. They were projected to save $110,000 a year. And so they went for that savings, and they solved their problem of not having a chief, and they solved their problem of not having all these chief-level people like battalion chiefs. So, I mean, today we're going to talk about, well, should we go to Kentfield and ask them, or should we go to Marin Central? They're not going to have a different answer for us today, I don't think. The fact is that the Ross Valley Fire Department is our own play unless we want to fund our own fire station. And if we want to do that, fine. But we need, what it comes down to, and we've talked about this a couple of times, we need some major donors to come in. And with a major donation that can both build this firehouse and can operate it. And yes, I was here in 2021. We went over all these cost estimates. I reviewed them. It just so happens that although I was a trial lawyer, most of my career for the last 17 years, I have been in the business, or my business, that I'm a general partner of, buys properties and renovates them. We buy fixers. We build, we renovate. Some of them are a complete do-over. Some of them are new construction. So I'm going over these things all the time. And I looked at it, and I saw the Mary McGrath estimate, and I thought, okay, fine. So we do it for less. So I thought, what if we do it for, I just chose something in the middle, 16 million to 24 million, because we're already in such, I'm sorry, 28 million. I've forgotten exactly. I thought I came to like 22 million. What if it was 22 million? Could we get that support? Could we get to the 2/3? And I thought, no. And no, I didn't think we could do it for 16 million. But when you're at a conceptual level like that, before you have plans, before you have your site plan, you're not going to get figures. You're going to just get ballpark figures. And the decision back then was to give some margin for increase in costs. And as Mary McGrath said, if you took Ed Dong's estimate as 16 million figure, and you added in the appropriate contingencies, it would be pretty close to what she was coming up with. She just didn't feel the contingencies were enough. And as somebody in this business, I can tell you it's all about the contingencies. You never know a lot when you buy a property. You only find out later when you get the detailed plans and you start constructing things. So you do want to have a contingency. If you don't, you may run out of money. The lender may not have given you enough money. The whole thing could collapse. So I don't fault Mary McGrath for coming up with, the figure she did. It was based on historical averages. But I've gone on longer than I intended to, but I just wanted to clarify those things, that I don't think there's any free ride here. I don't think we're going to find some magic remodel. We've been told 4 times that we're going to have to rebuild it. We won't save any money. We're told that, the council was told that by MAC 5 in 2010. It was told to us again by CDS in 2016 and again in 2020, that there was no savings because you had to really redo the whole site plan, raise everything, and trying to work with the old structure, it wasn't going to save any money. It was probably going to cost more. And then when we did the site plan, we came back to it and said, well, what if we just kept the facade? Could we do that? No. Actually convinced the council not even to keep the facade because of the increased cost. So we're looking at a rebuild. It's going to cost a lot of money. It just is, if you look at these recent fire stations. And so we do need somebody to come up with the money. We tried back in 2021. We allowed 2 months for that. It's been about 2 months since we started talking about this, or at least a month. And if somebody's willing to come forward with that money, fantastic. So far, that hasn't happened, and we can't delay this forever because we do want the paramedics here. The paramedics are not going to stay here if we just keep delaying and delaying and delaying. We do not rebuild these facilities. They're just going to give up on us. And then we wind up without the paramedics. Of course, we can't do that. We've worked so hard to keep them here. We want them here. We want to support building them up, getting them more capacity, increasing the response times. But I think that's where we are. And frankly, we haven't discussed about some of the specific things like going to Kentfield or going to Marin Central. I can tell you how that's going to go, because we've already done it 3 times now for Kentfield, and more recently for Marin Central. Trying to get specific figures from them, it wouldn't work. I can elaborate on that, but I'm not in favor of those alternatives. I'm sorry, I've gone on too long. I do apologize for the council. But I've looked at this too, and I've done my research. Terry, did you have a comment? I did. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No, it's okay. Beg your pardon. And Elizabeth, I'm sorry. Did you want to get back to your proposal?
Well, the purpose of the meeting is to provide direction by a majority of the council to the town manager, and I suggested something that Charlie Goodman had offered, and so that's the direction I would provide, and that may or may not be the direction of the majority, but that's sort of on the table.
Okay, thank you. Terry, did you have some general comments, or did you have a specific suggestion? Okay, why don't we do the general comments, then we come back to these specific ideas.
I actually want to thank everybody who came here today. Thank you. I want to thank everybody who came here today and spent the hours with us. I want to thank everybody who wrote an email. There were a lot of them. I think all of us here appreciate everybody's voice. I want to especially thank our 3 people, Chief Weber, Chief Mahoney, and Mark Brown, for coming. It was a really good education for all of us. I really tried very hard, being a newbie, to be open to everybody's perspective on this. And not to form an opinion ahead of time. So I'm taking notes as I'm listening to everybody talk. I'm reading everything that I can get my hands on. And these are some of my thoughts. I think while this is it's a complex issue that we've spent a lot of time on over many years dealing with, I think tonight sort of the basic question is, does Ross really need and or want a fire station in Ross, in addition to the fact that we have paramedics? If yes, what's it going to take? Who will pay? How much now for a new station, and how much moving forward to maintain the staffing that we need? What are the trade-offs? What can we live with? What other projects would have to go by the wayside for the staff and council to have to deal with this issue? What about the time? We are already very slow in moving ahead with our civic center rebuild. What about our relationships with other cities, towns, and people in Ross, in the Ross Valley Fire District? I'm really not convinced that the majority of the town wants to finance a new fire station and the staffing ongoing. A 2/3 bond measure, 2/3 we'd have to win. And securing large donations, we'll get the answer if we do that bond measure, costs to do a bond measure. If we can't get it, that's the end. Will we get the donations that we need? Millions of dollars to support a new fire station? I think that we should, an option is to take a look at July 1st, we do not have a fire station here. How well are Ross Valley Fire Department and the Ross Valley paramedics going to be providing services? How well are they doing? Let's give them a chance. I really want us as a town and as a council to move forward and rebuild our civic center. We've talked about this for a long time. We need to do it, with or without the fire station. Can we move ahead with rebuilding? Can we really start now? Can we get going with the civic center and the 9 housing units that we have to do? And see if somewhere along the line, somebody wants to, as you said, Bill, somebody wants to give us millions of dollars to build that and put together a bond measure that supports not only the building of the fire station, but the ongoing costs that it will take. Well, let's see.
Okay, so shall we move on then to these specific things? Elizabeth, you had a proposal. You were talking about Charlie Goodman's proposal.
Well, I mean, just since the purpose of the meeting is to see whether there's direction to the town manager or the council to move in any particular direction, as I said, I think it would be, I would support Charlie Goodman's proposal that he and some citizens take a look over the next 60 days and see if there's a way to keep the station open.
Man.
I completely support that. I think what we don't have enough information. I know that it sounds like we have information overload, but there's been a lot of, I think, difference of opinions of what the costs are. And I would love for a community group to come together and come back to us in 60 days with some data and maybe they're going to survey and find the donations. It's too hard to make this decision without giving the community a chance to make a last-ditch effort. So I totally support that.
The goal here is to see if the money is there, or can we be a little more specific? What would the goal be?
The goal is to see, is there an interest in the community to fund, to provide funds to rebuild the fire station and keep a fire station open. This would, and if Charlie proposed a 60-day period to take a look. I mean, I know we did that once before when, in 2021, and there wasn't enough response to decide we could rebuild the station, but there seems to be some interest, and I think it's reasonable to spend, to have a group spend 2 months taking a look at it. I wouldn't in any way have this derail our ongoing plans to build, for the architect to get going on the paramedics station or the lease. I mean, all of that is that, I think is our first priority. But if there is an interest and if there's truly funding, then I would say, sure, we add on the fire engine. Because I do think that the town is better served if it has both an engine and an ambulance. I'm not sure it's possible to keep the engine, but there is some interest in looking. So, and Charlie has made this proposal, so that my position would be great. I'd support Charlie's proposal while we move forward on the other things.
You know, Charlie, that's a very generous offer, but I can't support more delay. We already paused the decision in 2021 to try to raise money. We got $350,000 in pledges. And that's, you know, it's not even a tenth, it's like 1/100th of the amount that we would need. I would assume that if someone is going to give us a fat check, they would have already come forward, given all the turmoil and emails and controversy that has already been happening. Also, when my kids were at Ross School many, many years ago, I raised money for the Ross School gym. And I raised $4.7 million, and it took me 2.5 years. And maybe the community was different back then, but I don't think it was that much different. I think what the difference was people want to give to a school and their kids. And if you have the fire chief sitting here saying, your fire station is a remnant of the volunteer fire department and it's not necessary, the people who have the means to give the money, they're really smart for a reason, and they're not going to give the money to an emotional, feel-good project. That's just not going to happen. And we have waited so long. You know, Gary Scales told me in 1980 they were trying to address the sleeping quarters of the firefighters. We have to move on. In 60 days, someone will come forward, oh, we've raised $3 million. Oh, let's pause again. You know, I mean, we need to get going. It's been way too long. We had the paramedic deployment study come out in November of 2024. It was a green light. The paramedics are staying here. We should have started doing stuff in December, but we've spent the last 4 months churning up our residents and fear-mongering. We can't do that anymore. We need to close this and move on and do something constructive. And our town manager needs to be directed to hire an architect and a project manager, and we need to move on. All these other options, I am not in favor of.
I just want to say one important thing. We need a bond measure either way.
Yes, we do.
And so you're so under the assumption that the bond measure will pass without the fire station. And I really think you should think about all the people who are really upset about no fire station voting down the bond measure.
Now, you know
and
what?
Excuse me, I would say myself as a resident, I don't support a bond measure that doesn't include the fire station being rebuilt. And I don't think I'm alone. And so you're so concentrated that the bond measure will pass without the fire station. And I really think the council needs to think about, you need 2/3 that would say, I want to vote to reconstruct an administration building, a paramedic bay, and the police, but no fire. And that there's enough people that would say, okay, you don't do the fire, I'm going to vote for that bond. There's a lot of people who are upset about the fire station being closed. I know you don't believe it, but they wrote us a lot of letters. And so they might vote no to the bond measure that you need to pass. So I really think before you jump the gun here and say, we can't even wait 60 days for the community to come back with some more feedback, listen to your community. If they can't do it and they can't raise the money and they listen to what you're saying, they say, look, we tried, we failed, and then we all can say, we need the bond measure. We did this last ditch effort. It didn't work. And then we can all try to sell this bond measure to the community. But I hear you. I know we need to get started. There's enough people here tonight. There's enough people who are upset about losing fire that are watching what's happening every day. We're not in 2021. It's 4 years later, and people are upset about it. It's not, I am not a wizard who can stoke up fear and bring all these people here. They themselves saw what happened in the Palisades. They're worried. So let them have 60 days to come back with some ideas. It's not that long in the grand scheme of things for us to do that.
We shouldn't be delaying. We should be moving forward, hiring the architect, getting the plans going for the paramedic station and the civic center. And if in 60 days there is suddenly enough money to run the fire, to staff a fire engine, fine, we'll fit that in. But I don't think there should be any delay. But I consider it two separate things.
Town Manager Johnson.
I'd like to make a comment, thank you. In regards to working with a community group, it is not possible for, a community group would require extensive staff time. We're not going to be able to do that and move the project forward. So if the council chooses to go in that direction, I just want to manage your expectations. We're not going to be able to do both. We don't have, because you know what? It's me. And I'm not going to be able to do both and do the budget and do everything else that I do working and supporting our departments and our public safety to continue operations. So that would be a choice that the council would have to make. Thank you.
Can I just make a comment?
Julie?
We need to manage our information very carefully. And we have had presentations, deep, knowledgeable presentations from 3 experts. And we need to communicate that to our residents. And I think once they hear this information, they will understand the direction that we're going, and the fear will go away. You have to realize, Matt, that all of those letters are based on your communications. Your form letter is whipping people up. So it's not a real sample. We did a real sample in 2020 where we set out the costs, we set out the facts, 336 people responded, and we did not have nearly enough people that would support a bond for a fire station. We didn't have enough people to support a bond for the admin and the police and the paramedics either. We were close. So we need to stop all of this churning, and we need to work on our messaging, and we need to focus on going forward and rebuilding our facilities instead of serving to divide the community based on false information. That has to stop.
Okay, so I need to respond to that, and I really appreciate you not blaming me for everything that you don't like about what's happened. What has changed was a report was issued by the RVPA on the ambulance times. That is new information, Julie, that people did not have in 2021, including Chief Weber, who was surprised with some of the findings. And that report clearly said the response times were 13 minutes. And I wasn't on this council, the 3 of you were, part of the decision was made on believing that the response times would be 85% the same. Now, that clearly is not an assumption that is proven to be true. Some people have calculated 40%. Chief Weber said 70 or 75. There's been some debate on what that response time is, but the response time is not what we thought it was. So that's new information. And when you're getting rid of the firemen who come as the first responder, and you're saying, well, wait 13 minutes now, that's a big change that came about. And I think that was worth having this hearing and for people to know, hey, your response times are moving from 7:55 to potentially 13 minutes. And are you okay with that? It's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. If people are okay waiting 10 to 13 minutes for response times, fine. But that is new. That report came out in November. And I think RVPA is trying to figure out themselves how to figure that. They said, well, maybe not a third ambulance, but we all agree, the report says you need to do something. These aren't good response times, and the simultaneous demand of 30% is too high. So something's gonna be done there, but this is new information that came forth, and that is why we're revisiting this decision, because there was a new report.
Listen, it's 10:20, and we have other matters on the calendar. And I do want to make sure all council members are able to express their opinions, but it may be that we've all stated our positions, and maybe we could move on to some specifics. My own position is I don't want to incur any additional staff time or expense, given all that's already been invested in this. I don't think we're going to learn any more by additional studies and research, but if other council members, if a majority of the council wants that, well, then staff will do it. As far as the citizens group is concerned, I really appreciate Charlie's offer and interest, but I was going to suggest that private fundraising should be private, not directed by the council, not involving the council. The information's all there. I mean, all these reports are there. And if a citizens group wants to get together and strategize about how to raise this money, fantastic. But I can't justify spending any more money on top of all the money we've already spent, which is a lot, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on reports and analyses and so on. And as far as what it's going to cost, we obviously don't agree on that. And we're not going to get everybody in the same room on it. Once you get the detailed architectural plans, you'll probably get more of an agreement, but we're such at a conceptual stage. So what I would suggest is if a private group wants to go ahead and do this, fine. And pick a number, you pick your number and see if you can get that. Let's say your number is, we can do the whole thing for 15 million. Okay, is the 15 million there? If not, it doesn't really matter whether it's 15 million or 24 million, all right? And then we also need to operate the station. Don't forget that. How much is it going to cost to operate the station? Well, a ballpark is easy. I mean, you just look at the financials and figure out what's being spent on the labor side, the firefighters, because we'll need the firefighters. The rest of it, the management and so forth, that's something that can be worked out. But that gives you the ballpark. And then you just do some math. Figure out how much of an endowment or a fund you need for that, or how much of a parcel tax. But I said back in 2021, I'd like to keep the fire station. I'd vote for the higher amount, but I didn't think the support was there. I still don't think it's there. But if it is, or private donors want to come in, fantastic. But overall, we must move ahead with this. We just must. And I appreciate what you said, Elizabeth, that no delay, architects, let's do it, project manager. But if the money appears, obviously, that would be a major development. So, Chris, I'm indicating I can't support staff time on this.
I'm sorry, I stepped out on a little break, but I did not hear from Councilmember Dowling. Are you?
I cannot support staff time.
Okay. So.
All right, so we had some other things about Kentfield and going to Kentfield and going to Central Marin and so forth. We have been to Kentfield multiple times. They're just not interested. And Central Marin, the Ross Valley Fire Department went to Central Marin, and originally we thought something could be done for the Ross Valley Fire Department and Marin Central, and then Marin Central backed off. So if they're not even interested in that, I don't see them responding to us in any positive sense in the near term, maybe longer term.
So, Mr. Mayor, so I heard Councilmember Robbins ask about bring up or kind of make an motion for working with the citizens group, and I'm hearing that there's not support for that. Did you want to go through the 5 different ones one by one, or? Okay.
Fine.
So the first one is direct the town manager to explore feasibility and identify costs related to joining or contracting with Kentfield Fire District for fire services. Is there any support from the council to direct me to do that?
I support that.
I don't, for the reasons I stated. We've already asked them multiple times. And the last time, the Ross Valley Fire Department asked them, and they either didn't respond or they weren't interested in even discussing the matter.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dowling? About Kentfield?
No.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem McMillan? No, okay. And then number 2, direct the town manager to explore the feasibility and identify costs related to joining or contracting with Central Marin Fire Service for fire services. Is there any support on the council to direct me to do that? Mayor Pro Tem McMillan?
No.
Mayor?
No, and for the reasons I stated, they just weren't even interested in moving ahead with a very general
But why do you, all these past things, why, I just spoke to to Larkspur council member, and she was like, oh, I'd love to talk with you about that. That seems interesting. Why is it that we're so afraid of asking questions?
Because we just did, and we're not afraid of it, we just did.
Councilmember Salter, do I take that for a yes?
Okay.
Yes, I of course, exploring options for our fire protection from our neighbors and friends seems like a very wise thing to do.
Okay, Councilmember Robbins?
Yeah, I'm pretty much a no on all of that, because my thinking is that if there's anything that would be better for Ross, it would be to keep the engine here, but not the other, outreach.
Okay, so direct the town manager to update the cost estimate for building a new fire station in Ross and identify impacts of revising the adopted 2023 facilities master plan. Mayor Pro Tem McMillan, do you support that? Okay, Terry Dallin?
No.
Mayor? Matthew Salter?
I'm a yes.
Okay, and,
I mean, I would support that, but there's not a majority, so.
okay. Direct the town manager to develop the cost estimate for operating a Town of Ross Fire Department in the Ross Civic Center, which would include startup and ongoing annual costs. So Councilmember Robbins, is that a,
I don't think we could do
no?
that.
Okay. Councilmember Salter?
Again, I'm a yes. I'd love us to explore options.
Okay. Mayor Kircher?
No.
Councilmember Dowling, Mayor Pro Tem McMillan? Okay, the last one is direct the town manager to explore the feasibility and identify costs related to Ross Valley Fire Department continuing to operate a fire station in the Ross Civic Center with the requirement of an amendment to the RVFD Joint Powers Agreement. Is there any support for the council? Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
No,
We're
Mayor
really
Kircher?
talking about generally the same thing, so no.
Okay, and
Yes,
Councilmember,
I
yes?
support us
And
having a
yes.
fire station in Ross.
Okay.
I mean, that is where I started, yes.
Could I
Yes, yes.
just clarify that any of these things will not happen immediately? These are long-term things that take a long time to put together and negotiate.
Yeah.
If people were thinking, well, we could do this by July, we can't.
Okay, thank you for that. I know it was tedious to go through it one by one, but I thought it was important because that's what the council identified at your last meeting that you wanted to particularly discuss. So I have direction. I just checked with our town attorney. I don't think we need a motion. It's just direction. Okay, so the mayor, through the mayor, I think we're done with this item, if you believe so.
All right, well, thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you, council members, and thank you very much, Mark, Jason, Dan, thank you so much for being here. Sorry to keep you here till 10:30, but really appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oof, what's next?
Mayor and council, we do have a few items left, and our property owner, Mr. Pickett, has been waiting all evening.
Folks, we're still in session. You want to just take a break? And we'll finish up. 5 minutes, okay, and then we got to get out of here. Oh, jeez. Too old for this. Yeah, these things at 2 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna hire just go clear
And we gotta hire 6 or 9 firefighters and 3 guys to supervise. I mean, I didn't know the cost. If it had become necessary. Yep. Thank you for saving my seat.
Anytime, we'll do it anytime. Good night, Beach.
Good night.
To support.
I'm sorry. Just a moment. Cindy, are we ready to go? Are we ready?
Item 10, town council to hold cost confirmation Picky. To confirm all appropriate, let me start over. Town council will hold cost confirmation hearing pursuant to Ross Municipal Code, Section 1220-150, to confirm all appropriate costs required to complete the nuisance abatement that occurred at 61 Shady Lane, Ross, from October 14, 2024 until October 16, 2024, and direct staff to record a special assessment pursuant to RMC 12-20160, RMC 904-160, and Cal Government Code 387735.
So I'm going to step away and recuse myself because I live within 500 feet of the property.
All right. Councilmember Robbins is recused.
Jonathan Pickett on behalf of the respondent, Mr. Pickett. And we're just going to ask to postpone this. It's 10:30 at night. Our expert and our other attorney basically had to leave on Zoom. We were noticed for this at 6 p.m. and they waited until 8:30 before they had to leave.
So what are you proposing then, or what are you requesting
We're
to
asking to
continue?
postpone it for till the next council meeting, given the significant delay. It's now 10:30 at night.
Well, it is late, but on the other hand, we're here prepared to proceed. What is the sense of the council?
They had ample notice of this hearing tonight, so it's at the council's discretion whether or not you want to. It was to start no earlier than 6. We never said it's going to start at 6. It's a council meeting. They had the agenda well in advance, so it's at the discretion of the council whether you want to continue it or not. Yeah.
If we were to continue it, will we have to renotice everything and repost and all that stuff?
We would be, yes, reposting.
Would there be any prejudice to the town in terms of extra expense, or?
The prejudice would be the month of delay. The court had, at a recent case management conference, the court has required us to conduct mediation by June, and the next CMC is in June. And the court expressed her frustration about how slow this case is moving. So that would be the only prejudice, to get this done sooner than later. But 1 month is not going to cause a significant issue.
All right, what is the sense of the council?
I think that granting the delay seems appropriate if they lost the people that were going to speak on their behalf, because this was a very long meeting and it's very late. So I want them to feel like they had their day in court, or their hearing. I want to hear from their experts personally.
All right. Then can we put this over for just 1 month then and put it on the April calendar?
Yes, that's agreeable.
Is that all right? Sorry, Rich. You'll still be here.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to point out also that the meeting in April is April 3rd.
No, that's right.
Not April 10th. So it's a little bit
That-
early. It's due to the Ross School spring break.
Yes. Thank you for reminding
So
me.
it's actually 3 weeks.
We're 3 weeks. All right, is that?
That's agreeable. Same
Okay.
time, 6 p.m.
Okay, then that's what we'll do. But please do take this into account. Sometimes these meetings do go on for a long time.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, item 11, sorry. Item 11. Town Council adoption of Resolution 2500 approving and authorizing the mayor to execute the amended and restated employment agreement between the town and town manager Christopher L. Johnson to be effective November 8, 2024, and amending the town salary schedule to reflect the amended and restated agreement.
I need to go get Councilmember Robbins. One moment, please.
Oh, yes, thank you. Well, I don't know. I probably won't get any sleep tonight anyway, so too fired up. Oh, I need a bigger cookie. Jeez. Thank you, Julie.
They're good.
Okay. Hey, Val?
Okay.
My wife's saying we can't have a cookie. All right. I'm sorry, we're back, and I will proceed with item 11.
And I'll be giving the staff report, Mayor.
Yes.
So item 11 is considering the amended and restated town manager employment agreement. As you all know, the current town manager was appointed on November 8th, 2021. Her employment agreement provides for an annual performance review, which the town council recently completed, and provided direction to the town attorney to extend Ms. Johnson's employment agreement for 3 years. The recommended terms are attached to the agreement, and that concludes my report. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, any further staff report or council comment or questions or discussion?
I move,
Yes.
Oh, wait, sorry, I just had one question. So has that all been agreed to and it's all finalized? Is that what is happening?
Yeah, so attached to resolution 2500 is the final agreement that I worked with the subcommittee on based on the parameters that I was given in closed session.
Okay. And I'm sorry, like that, it's all agreed, like that, this is the signing and we're approving the signing.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I will open the matter for public comment. Does anyone wish to comment on item 11? All right, seeing no one in the town hall. Is anyone on Zoom?
There are no raised hands online, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bring it back to the council for discussion and action.
so I move, we approve resolution 2500.
I second.
Excuse me. Mayor Pro Tem McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Mayor Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes.
Okay. So now we'll move on to item 12, Town Council adoption of resolution number 2501, making minor revisions to the council procedures manual for the town of Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. The item before the Town Council this evening is brought forward by the General Government Subcommittee. The subcommittee, consisting of Councilmember Robbins and Dowling, Council members Robbins and Dowling, recommends that the Town Council adopt resolution number 2501, making minor revisions to the council procedures manual. As background, in June 2012, the Town Council approved the first council procedures manual, and in 2017, the manual was revised. It's recommended that the Town Council review the manual periodically. The manual sets forth how the town functions, its practices and procedures. Various sections set forth general governing standards and describe the following: the roles and responsibilities of the town council and the town manager, interactions between the council and staff, public meetings and the Brown Act, and communication protocols, among other items. The subcommittee reviewed the manual during its December 2nd, 2024, and February 11th, 2025 meetings, and has some recommended changes to the document. Attached to the staff report is the Council Procedures Manual from 2017 with the subcommittee's proposed redlined edits, and then also a clean draft of the manual dated March 13th, 2025. Thank you. And I'm sure if the subcommittee members would like to add.
Well, it was basically a very helpful document to begin with. I think maybe one of the most helpful, one of the clarifications we made was that when there's communication with staff, rather than communicating with staff with a CC to Krista, that communication should go to Krista, who will then communicate with staff and then get back to you. So I think that chain of communication was one thing that we clarified.
Who speaks to the press, you know, and that it just wanted to make it clear that it's really the mayor who speaks to the press on behalf of the council.
Well, I just want to be very clear about it. When we speak to the press, it's called, we have the Constitution of Freedom of Speech. We can speak, any council member, any representative is free to speak to the press about their opinion, if it's their opinion. If they're just on behalf of the council, there's no problem if the mayor is speaking on behalf of the council's position. But this is the United States of America, and we are absolutely allowed to speak our minds at any point.
Absolutely, and that's why you see, if you've read this, that it says that you can state what your opinion is, but you also have to say, this is, the council feels this way, but I voted differently.
Correct.
If you are different.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Because there was a lot of discussion tonight about Elizabeth writing her piece in the Marin Voice, me sending a communication to our town.
Yeah.
And you may not like it, you don't have to like it, but that is not, that is totally freedom of expression.
I think I would like to add something to that provision, that something like, if you are expressing an opinion in writing that is different from what the council has decided, you have to disclose that you are only speaking for yourself. You're not speaking on behalf of the council. So it's not just oral communications, it's in writing too. I think we need to be really clear about what we're doing in communications, oral and written, to make sure that when we're acting like a council member, we are, if we're not the mayor, and we're not representing the majority view, we need to disclose that we're not representing the majority view. We're speaking on behalf of ourselves.
And that's
period.
in writing, in emails, in
Marin Voice pieces, everything.
So was that not done? I'm wondering why you feel that way, because I don't think
It was
anything
not
said
done. It
that
was not done in the
anybody's
Marin Voice
space-
piece. There was no disclosure that that Marin Voice piece was written on behalf of an individual council member. It was not done on your newsletter. It said newsletter of Matt Salter, but if you read it, it gave the impression that that newsletter was under the authority of you as a council member, and as you were representing the entire council.
I totally disagree with that. It said Salter for Ross. It was my own email address. Like,
Well,
I don't.
then you wouldn't object to having a little footnote or a header saying, these views are only my own, something like that.
Absolutely no problem doing that.
Great.
Yeah. Great. We can make that clarification.
Sure. Thank you. That was, I pulled that from the consent before.
Tonight.
Was my only comment.
Okay.
But I just want to make it very clear, nobody's prohibited from speaking to the press or sharing their opinion on any matter. Freedom of speech exists in this country. So if that needs to be put in the document, it should be. But if you're trying to say that only the mayor can speak on behalf because he's whoever's serving as mayor at the time, that is not consistent with our Constitution.
I would like to ask our attorney. Yeah. To weigh in.
First Amendment still exists, yes.
First Amendment still exists. Okay.
I know.
Yeah.
Despite recent headlines to the contrary.
Yeah.
still
So
exists.
maybe, this may be an end of the agenda item, but I would really like if at the end of one of our council meetings, maybe it's when we don't have a lot on the agenda, we're not here until 11 o'clock at night, for you to do a training for us, and this for anybody who's in the room, about ethics, the Brown Act.
All right, let's bring that up at the end at the,
Okay, good.
yeah, all right. Per our rules, bring that up at
For
the
our
end.
rules, exactly.
So is your question, where would we insert that language that,
I think at the very end is the, where it says speaking for the town.
Yeah.
The very
Oh,
end of
yeah.
the document.
okay. So the language would just be, it looks like at the end of the first paragraph of speaking for the town,
Yeah.
any council member who's speaking in their, as an individual should note that they are speaking on behalf, in their individual capacity.
So, through the mayor, I just want to bring up a kind of an operational issue. So what's happened a handful of times over the past few months is there is a reporter in the region who sends an inquiry after the council meeting. And I believe that it's being sent to several council members, maybe all the council members. It'll be sent, and it's often sent to me. Oftentimes it's sent direct to department heads. And nobody knows who it's being sent to because it looks like everybody is being BCC'd. So in response to that, some of the council members don't respond because they're following what's in the protocol, in the, the procedures manual. They're forwarding it to the mayor. We're expecting that the mayor is responding. I've asked this particular reporter to please, let me know who, because I want to make sure, I want to do everything I can so that we're responsive to the media, but also that we're not giving a bunch of different answers. So it causes confusion and then there might be a council member that responds directly because he or she doesn't see that the mayor has responded. So it's a little bit of it's like an email technical thing. And so I think that what I heard from the committee, the subcommittee that worked on this is that when it's that kind of inquiry, which is, what happened at the council meeting the night before, because our video actually doesn't get posted right away the next morning, but yet oftentimes the reporter wants to report on it right away. And if they're not here in the room, then they're asking us for what happened. So I think that this is like the ongoing nature of this issue is, does the council want to wait for the mayor to respond on behalf of the whole council?
Maybe the
And
mayor should respond and then CC everyone, not with a response maybe, but say, I responded. And if there's no response from the mayor within an hour or two, then the mayor pro tem should respond. And if there's no response, then somebody else should, because we want to be responsive to the press. And some of these times, as you mentioned, have come about because it's not clear that anyone's responded. And we don't want the press to say, and no one from the town, responded. And they're on a deadline. Yeah, they want it by, so maybe.
Except the expectation, I think, that the mayor reads his or her email and is able to respond. I mean, I oftentimes can't get to my email within 2 hours.
So maybe we text the mayor. I mean, if you get it, if you get that email, then, you text the email, text the mayor. If you don't get a response, then text the vice mayor. Or, I don't know. I think a timely response is helpful, and maybe, if you get something from the press, then you just call the person who's supposed to answer and say, are you going to answer? And if you don't get an answer from that person, then you sort of work your way down, and that would be to the mayor pro tem, I guess. And that would be my solution, because I do like the idea of responding to the press, and that way we can all sort of make sure that there is a response. That takes you out of the loop too, which might be helpful.
I've gotten emails at 3:30 saying, my deadline's at 4, and I read the email
Exactly.
at 4:30.
Exactly.
I said, sorry, I just saw your email. And sometimes, Giuseppe will say, oh, it's okay, I need a quote. Okay, here's a quote. It really varies in terms of what he can do. One day I just killed myself to get back to him. He said, my deadline's at 4, and he said, that's okay, I already have what I need.
So I guess the alternatives that if a council member does respond, then what you're saying is that the council member should say, I'm speaking on my behalf, not on behalf of the whole town council? Is that what you're saying? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, no, I think, so I think what we should do is always, I think they reach out to all of us because they're on a deadline, so they're trying to get a quote. As we say, did you hear, we could all write back, did you hear from the mayor? Did you hear from, because obviously we can't talk, did you hear from the mayor or the mayor pro tem? They usually are the ones that respond on behalf of the council. If they're like, no, we haven't been able to get in touch with them, but we'd like some quote, we could say, well, we can comment on, the council did such and such or took this action. I mean, that's just a stated fact, whatever the council voted not to keep the fire station open, right?
Yeah.
Whatever, the council voted, the council on item 9 voted to not take any action, right? And you could state the fact, for any of us could do that and say, that's what ended up happening. If you want our individual opinion on something, we can give you that as well, but here's what the council did. And you just leave it at that.
So the proposed edits say, the mayor is a spokesperson for the council. Requests for information from the media and others should be forwarded to the mayor or the mayor pro tempore if the mayor is not available. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So then that second addition here is emails sent to council members can be acknowledged by the recipient. That's an addition, and I think that kind of gets at this issue of, so like, for example, these past few weeks, we've gotten a lot of emails that are sent to the whole council. And the council members want to be able to say, thank you, got it. Like Councilmember Salter, you did a couple times in the last couple days. You just wrote back, thank you.
That's all right.
Okay, so is everybody all right with that?
That's fine, it's just a
Okay.
courtesy.
And then the other changes, is just grammatical.
Yes, but I think the big point we're adding here is that it's very clear if we're speaking on behalf of ourselves, we make that clear. So I am not speaking on behalf of the council, I'm speaking out as a member of the council, but this is my opinion.
You had some good word. What was
No,
your wording?
that's exactly right. You just say, I
Ben had
disagree.
great wording
or
for that.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't catch his greatness, so
Well,
if he could
It's recorded, we'll
repeat his.
look at it tomorrow. But it's very common. Most cities have this in their rules. If you're speaking, if it's not the mayor, you're speaking in your individual capacity. So I think at the end of that sentence that Krista just mentioned, where it says, emails sent to council members can be acknowledged by the recipient, and then after that would be the sentence that I added.
Actually, it goes on to, it already says this. It already says, when council members are requested to speak to groups or are asked the council's position on an issue, the response should reflect the position of the council as a whole, taken in open session. A member may clarify their vote on a matter by stating, while I voted against X, the town council voted in support of it. When representing the town at meetings, it's important that those in attendance gain an understanding of the town's council's position rather
than of an individual.
Right, but we never say.
Exactly.
We never say if the council member ends up still publishing an article or speaking, they need to make clear it's in their individual capacity.
I feel like I think it's somewhere in here because it sounds familiar to me, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. So we'll just make sure we put that in there. Is that what I'm hearing? Everybody wants me to add that.
Those are good.
Okay. Got it.
Well, I think we should just look at the final version and then vote on it, so we're all in agreement.
All right, we'll open it for public comment. Anybody have any comment on our procedure manual revisions? Anybody on Zoom?
There are no raised hands online.
Okay, back to the council then for discussion of action, or should we put it over, or what? What is it?
I just think we should someone should just draft the language and then we read it and vote on it.
Then it goes on the consent.
Yes, put it on
Put it on
consent,
consent.
exactly, and then if
Pull it-
less than
Pull it if you don't, if you
exactly,
don't
you don't
agree.
like it.
Okay.
That's fine.
So I'll bring this back at your next meeting, and I'll place it on consent, and I'll work with the town attorney to add that language, because he said it twice, and I still didn't catch it,
Individuals,
because it's
something.
5 minutes to 11. And Mayor, I just wanted to remind you that the council procedures ask that the council take a vote to continue the meeting past 11.
Past 11?
Mm-hmm.
We better.
It's finished, we have
let's-
5
we better-
minutes to do the last
We better
item.
talk fast, okay.
Okay. Okay,
All right,
so,
sorry, I'm just signing.
So let's move on.
so we'll continue this item to the next meeting.
Yep.
Okay? So may I go on, Mayor?
Yes,
Okay. The town is in need of a part-time, limited duration senior project manager to implement the town's facilities master plan. The town has negotiated an employment agreement with Mr. David Kelly. Mr. Kelly has over 26 years of experience as a senior local government manager in California, most recently serving as the city manager of Cloverdale in Sonoma County for the past 6 years. He has a bachelor's degree in economics with a minor in planning and development and an MBA. He has managed a variety of planning, redevelopment, and economic development projects and programs during his career. In addition, Mr. Kelly served as the project manager for several municipal public safety projects, including a fire station in the town of Windsor and a police station in Cloverdale very recently. This is a new extra help position, and therefore the town council is asked to amend the town salary schedule to add the position. The town will pay Mr. Kelly at the rate of $72.38 per hour, which is within the salary range for this position and mirrors the hourly rate of the same position in the city of San Rafael and meets the requirements of the California Public Employees Retirement System for hiring CalPERS retiree. Mr. Kelly retired officially from CalPERS last December. He will work approximately 20 hours per week on average, and it's very important that he will not exceed 960 hours per fiscal year. That is a CalPERS requirement for retirees. This amount of hours will fluctuate, and it'll ramp up and down, you know. The part-time senior project manager will report directly to me and will serve as the primary lead for implementing the master plan, which involves capital project oversight, environmental compliance and review, consultant and contractor management, interdepartmental coordination, stakeholder engagement, grant and budget administration. I attached a job description for the position to the staff report in your agenda packet. Given the scale and complexity of the Ross Facilities Master Plan, having a dedicated, part-time, limited duration senior project manager is critical to ensuring effective implementation and coordination. CalPERS requires its retirees to wait 180 days after retirement before starting employment with another CalPERS agency. So Ross is the CalPERS agency. However, CalPERS does allow for an exception to this rule if the town council certifies that the appointment of Mr. Kelly is necessary to fill the critically needed position of senior project manager by April 7th, 2025. It is recommended that the town council make this determination as staffing constraints do not enable the development of the project to build critical public safety facilities to begin without a senior project manager hired to do the work. The estimated cost of the employment agreement is $6,273 per month. No additional costs will be incurred as Mr. Kelly, who is a CalPERS retired annuitant, will not receive any benefits, nor will he receive paid leave. That is a requirement of a CalPERS retired annuitant. The adopted fiscal year ending 25 budget has funding available in the Capital Projects Fund Civic Center Modernization Project to pay for the employment agreement. No additional appropriation is required for the current budget year. The annual cost will be built into future budgets. So in conclusion, council is asked to adopt resolution number 2510, which ratifies the employment agreement retaining David J. Kelly to serve as the town's part-time CalPERS retired annuitant extra help senior project manager, authorizing a 180-day wait period exception as provided in the government code, and amending the town's salary schedule to reflect the addition of the position to the salary schedule. Thank you for the opportunity to report.
Questions?
And Mr. Kelly is available on Zoom if you have questions for him or for me.
I just had a question. So did you work together at Windsor? Is that how you?
We
Okay.
did. Worked very closely together and worked very closely on the fire station projects that came in on time, under budget, well received by firefighters and the community.
Great. Any other questions at this time? All right, we'll open for public comment. Seeing no one.
Sorry, just one last question. And has Rich interviewed him as well?
As Rich, no. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Rich is not our project manager for this. The reason I have to hire a project manager is because our public works director and our planning director and I do not have any time to work on it.
No, I understand. I was just wondering in terms of has he met other people, other of your staff?
No, he was going to come yesterday, but it was such a bad rainstorm. So Mr. Kelly's going to come in next week on Wednesday, and he'll be meeting with our town staff, taking a tour of the facilities, and get to work.
Okay.
All right, back to public comment. Nobody on Zoom. Cindy?
There are no raised hands online.
Okay, bring it back to the council then.
I think I'd like to move that we adopt resolution number 2510.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Mayor Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and I'll check in with David, but I'm hopeful that he'll be able to come to our meeting in April and I can introduce him to you in person. Oh, however, one thing is I am going to have to send all this paperwork, the resolution, et cetera, to CalPERS. And assuming they approve it, then we will be able to execute the employment agreement and bring him in.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So last item, 14, no action items. Council correspondence, anyone?
Well,
Or-
yes, but, no, I read all the letters. Nothing different.
Okay.
Could I just ask a question? How are we going to communicate what happened tonight in terms of item number 9? I think that needs to be carefully communicated to people, to all the residents. Yeah.
Well, we could just take a look at the item.
Usually the only communication would be, for this type of item, would be in the minutes.
In the minutes, okay.
That's our normal course of
Well,
action.
there is the morning after. So obviously that has to go to print. So
It's probably already drafted.
maybe the following morning after, just there was a lively discussion, and the mayor, you can
Yeah,
formulate words on how you want to phrase.
Sure.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I think we should acknowledge and thank everyone
Yeah.
for their participation.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great, it can go in the mayor's column.
great.
So I would say there's likely going to be press that are going to be asking the mayor what happened. And that's going to happen before the minutes come out.
It's going to happen tomorrow.
That's
And-
going to happen right away.
And the video, I was informed by our town clerk that the video will be available by 4 PM tomorrow.
Great.
Terrific.
Before 4 PM tomorrow, and the media is more than welcome to review it, watch it, and I believe we have a member of the media still in our
Oh, my goodness.
chambers this
What a
evening, and
honor.
we're pleased to have her here with us this evening.
Great.
Okay,
Okay, that's super.
all right, so,
Future council items.
yes, 14B, future council items.
Okay, now is the time I bring it up. Okay. So would our wonderful attorney please agree to do an Ethics and Brown Act training at the end of a town council meeting that's not so jam-packed and running late?
I support that.
Thank you.
And if I can add to that, is communicating with each other in our comments as a part of that. Because I would say that we could communicate, we're all very upset about things, but personal attacks or saying that you disapprove of the way that people are acting, that could be a part of this training on how to address an item. The procedures manual says, don't talk directly to other council members, talk to what the statements or something like that.
In common decency?
Okay, so, very good. All right, anything else? Anybody want to propose anything else? Okay, well, then, just in time for the eclipse, we are adjourned. It's actually probably just starting, but the